Where do you want to stick them, across the front here, or down aisle?
Sit back here, it doesn't matter. We're in good shape. It's not out of the tops.
Okay, y'all do.
Do we need more? Yes, we do. You are welcome.
Can someone speak into the microphone, please? Say anything.
Hello.
There we go. Here today.
Can you hear me, Jordan?
I think that's good. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Chris, are we all set? Chris, thank you, and thank you, Jordan. Okay. Does everybody have a seat? We're trying to be hospitable. To lighten the evening, the ones who rolled into that room are the best ones. So, Mr. Vance, you have a preferred seating.
Just as long as I'm not in crossfire.
You're not. No, there is no crossfire. I can assure you. Okay, so let's proceed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So we're on Roman numeral 4, additions, deletions to the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda, council? Any additions or deletions to the agenda?
I've got one, electric rates,
Where would you like it, Doug?
probably would be H, would it not be?
EFGH, right after Matt Whited,
Yes, sir.
H.
Yes, Mayor.
And that's called just electric rates? All right, that's added. Under Roman numeral 5H, are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda? Okay.
I would like to add one, please.
Yes.
Letter I for a park discussion.
Parks? Okay. All right, so that's Roman numeral 5I, parks discussion, okay? Any other additions or deletions to the agenda? Okay. At this point, we have, for Roman numeral, for those of you who might not be familiar with the council, we have scheduled public comments, which are 5 minutes. You have to call in advance for that. And then we have unscheduled comments, so citizens can talk. It's a 3-minute limit. And we have a timekeeper tonight for that, and we appreciate that. So I will ask for members of the audience who would like to speak to the council to please raise their hand, and I'll get your name, as well as for the clerk.
We put a sign-up sheet on the table.
Okay, do we have it handy? Okay. Thank you, Amanda. And I'll double check it, and there might be somebody who didn't know we had a sign-in sheet, so I'll add those people, okay? Okay. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. We'll wait just a minute. Everyone has an opportunity, so they will be on the approved agenda. You're on Teen Center? Yeah, it's a broad topic right there. I'm glad you know me. I'm burning. Do you want some candy? Thank you, Wanda. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, so I will read the names of people who would like to speak on unscheduled public, under unscheduled public comments, and to explain that is a 3-minute time limit. We have Morgan Earp, Dana Moats, Joella Farmer, Gavin Coleman, Damon Ball, Regina Roberts, Connie Martin Eastep, Marguerite Smith, did I do that right? Okay, and Wanda Lowe. Is there anybody, yes?
Mr. Mayor, I thought where I was on the agenda, put me on unscheduled if you don't mind.
Okay.
Where I was on the agenda, I got confused there. Sorry about that, guys. I'm late.
Do you want to have a 3? You can do that, sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who needs to speak to the council, address the council in any way? Okay, we welcome your comments, and I'll reiterate this too. When that part of the program, our meeting begins, we ask that everybody address the council as a whole. Thank you. Okay. So, I'll keep this right here. Now, we have an authorization. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Authorization to pay the bills and the minutes. All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Jan makes the motion to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
I second.
Gary makes a second. Is there any discussion to this motion? Hearing no discussion, I would ask our roll call vote, please, Amanda.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
No.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes. Excuse me.
Okay, it is 5-1. The motion carries. Thank you. Okay, authorization to pay the bills. Has everyone had an opportunity to look at the check register? Are there any questions regarding the check register? If so, we can ask that they be answered, and if not, the chair will entertain a motion to authorize the manager to pay the bills.
14084. It's the Coca-Cola Bottling Company. $1,340.
That is the Rec Park concession.
Any other questions?
I got one more.
Okay, thank you, Rick. You're fine.
$14,13,1.
Is that you?
Yes.
That is chemicals for the water tank.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Thank you, Susan. Are there any other questions regarding the check registers? Hearing no other questions, the chair will entertain a motion to authorize the manager to pay the bills.
I'll make that motion.
Rick makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Gary makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion?
Mayor Curry,
Yes.
I just want to point out the items for the Freedom Festival, even though they are being paid from the town, that was funded through donations. We just don't see the incoming donations here. So those checks they're not town funds. They just have to be processed through the
Right.
town. Did I say that correctly, Susan?
Thank you very much. Okay, any other comments or questions before we take a vote? Okay, I would ask for a roll call vote. We have a motion and a second.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Now we have minutes before us. We have minutes of the special called meeting of June 8th, 2023, the regularly scheduled meeting for June 13th, 2023, special called meeting June 26th, 2023, and special called meeting for June 29th, 2023. Hopefully, you've had an opportunity to look over those minutes, and if you have questions, please ask for them now, and if not, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Okay, Laura makes the motion to approve all these sets of minutes. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
Jan makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion before it comes to a vote? There being no discussion, Amanda, a roll call vote, please. Thank you.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. These minutes are approved. Thank you very much, and thank you, Amanda and staff. Okay, we are now on Roman numeral 5, agenda items. First, teen venture. And so now I recognize some of the members of the board here. So who would like to, and the director, who would like to stand? Carol, would you like to present, or the board members? Or all of you? I'd say all of you. Come on up. Oh, please, come up to the podium, please, when you do. And just for the record, if you don't mind to state your name clearly so we can have it in the record who's speaking. Thank you, Carol.
Okay. My name is Carol Ann Lawrence. I'm the Executive Director of Teen Ventures Center. Thank you, council persons, members, and Mayor Curry for allowing us to come here today. Okay. So I would like to ask the council to continue your support for Teen Venture. Last year, we came before you, and you approved to help us pay our utility bill up until the new fiscal year, which was in June. And so we would like to have you continue your support for our students for this next year. I have something for each of you to look over. It has a list of activities that we participate in, both surface projects, enrichment activities, and other things. It also has our mission statement, our budget from last year and this year, as well as an estimate for the roof, because I know we had mentioned last year, and I know that it is not currently in our agreement with the town to have you replace the roof, but your assistance with that would be phenomenal, especially since the town owns the building. It is an asset that is worth preserving. So I would like to give these to you.
Certainly.
There's one for each of you.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
I think I was talking to Mr. Vance. Did you mention, or do you guys have a grant writer that maybe could help on that roof?
Well, we have been applying for some grants that may possibly help with the building. One of the things that I have found, I just became chairman of the board here, I don't know, a year and a half ago, and was just on the board for a few months before I became chairman. And one of the things I've found, and this has been a real issue for us, number one, COVID really wiped us out. We had some grants, even money from the state, that because they closed our doors based on COVID, that we had to actually refund money to the state, refund some grants. And then we had a period where we had a difficult time with the director, and we basically lost another entire year of grants that we were hoping to get. Prior to COVID, we had, of course, this was before my time on the board, but there was some money built up to sustain it. And what I found my biggest problem in raising money for Teen Venture is most of the grants you get want to pay for bricks and mortar, things like a new roof, computers, new kitchen. And it's easier to get those kind of funds but most of your foundations, a lot of your grants will not pay for operating expenses. As much as we've tried, Carol Ann won't work for free. She wants a paycheck. And we have insurance and utility bills and things of that nature. And this was something I was never aware of prior to going on the board, is how hard it was to raise money for the day-to-day operating. And so last year we came to the board. We were down last year. We were broke. I personally had wrote a check to fund Teen Venture for the next month just to keep our doors open. And Carol Ann had just come in as director. She's doing a wonderful job at writing grants. And we've had money come in, but most of it's so restricted as to far as what we can spend it on. And so she's done a great job, and we've had some other people we've reached out to. Some local places like the hospital are willing to give. They give every year, and different corporations. But the council helping us with the electric bill was just, it made the difference last year with us staying open or closing. It was literally, when I didn't get to come to the council, but when we came to the council last year, I had put a $2,000 check in to keep us from closing our doors. And we are trying to rebuild that external support, but it does take some time to get those type people giving again. And so that's why I would like to ask if the council would consider covering our expenses. We're not in competition with the rec park. We're not trying to compete with them, not trying to have anything. We offer a totally different set of opportunities to young people to keep them off the streets. And we got a lot of success stories of people that came up through Teen Venture. And so that's why I'd like to ask the council if they would consider. I know there was some discussion, we don't want to make it a regular thing, which Teen Venture's been around 15 years and never the council's had to pay the electric bill, but these have been different times. So if you would consider helping us another year, it would help us keep the doors open, and I would be very grateful.
Could I ask you one more question? Could you give us the type of students that participate in Teen Ventures?
So we have kids that are from like sixth grade up to 20 years old. And I'll be honest, the reason I got involved in Teen Venture, I'm a minister. I don't know, probably most of you are aware of that. And I went to Commonwealth Senior Living, had services for the residents. And one day I was praying, and I just felt the Lord impress a scripture on me that pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and the widows in their affliction. And I said, Lord, I'm going to Commonwealth Senior Living. I'm doing some with the widows, but not with the fatherless, not with the children that are disadvantaged. And I said, Lord, I'd like you to open a door for that. And within about 2 weeks, I got a call asking me, I didn't even know Teen Venture existed, to go on the board. So a lot of our students are disadvantaged. A lot of them are being raised by grandparents, don't have as good a life as our kids had. My kids have a good life, and most of the council person's kids have a good life. But a lot of them do not. And so they are able to come. It's a safe place, somewhere they can have a good time, have someone to talk to, have something besides going home and getting in trouble. So we deal with a lot of children that are being raised without a father in the home, and we're trying to reach out to them and help those kind of children.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from council for the board members or Carol? That would be Jim and Mr. Vance.
I have a question. Can you give us a rough estimate of how much the electric bill is per month?
Last year it averaged a little over $919. So it was like $11,000 for the year. And I think last year what they did, of course they didn't start it till October. They agreed to cover up to $10,000, which we didn't go over because it wasn't a full year. If they were able to do the same $10,000, that would be wonderful. Whatever they can do, it would help us keep the doors open, keep serving the kids in Richlands.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of council, from council?
Matt, y'all are
Are y'all applying for any grants right now?
We have
For
been.
the repairs, or?
Yeah, we have been, and so far, we've not had one agree to do the repairs. Carol Ann works very hard applying for them. You know, we're only open 4.5, 5 hours a day. She works 8 hours a day because the other 3 are writing grants and trying to bring in money.
Right.
So at this point, we don't have a definite, I don't think we have really anybody is committed to do the roof. But from my experience, it's easier to get that kind of money than operating funds.
Right. You know, because we do have other issues other than the electricity bill, you know, the
Right.
maintenance on the building.
Just so you, may I?
Sure,
Yeah.
please.
Just so you have an idea of how much work I do to try to get donations and grants.
Carolyn, can you speak into it? I'm sorry.
Just so you understand how much work I've been trying to do to get grants and donations. This week alone, I have mailed out 2 applications for grants, not to mention last week or the week before or the month before. And have been on the phone pretty much all day. One of the good things about summer is there aren't a lot of students because a lot of our students don't have transportation during the summer. In the school year, they can ride the bus after school, so they have a way to get to Teen Center. But during the summer, they don't have transportation. So we have a lot more time during the summer to work on donation requests and grants. So I have really been putting forth the work to try to get this money to keep us running and to hopefully give us a buffer for next year. You know, I would love to have enough funds so that we have a year in advance at least, so that we don't have to worry about if we have to close the doors for a month due to COVID or a year. You know, we have it covered.
Prior to COVID, we had about a year's funds built up, and COVID just wiped us out.
Could I make a suggestion? Have you tried, we've got tons of contractors out there. And I'm sure if you sought some of their help, I'm sure they would donate their time and maybe go to Lowe's or some of the builders. And, I mean, it seems like they would donate material for that roof. I'm just a suggestion.
We have asked some, and so far we haven't got a good response. The roof needs repaired, but to me, the more urgent, immediate thing is, you know, the operating funds. We don't need a lot of money a year. You know, we get money from Tazewell County every year. We get some other funds, but paying Carol Ann, we really would like to have a full-time assistant, which is not in the budget right now. But you know, insurance is about $5,000 a year. Electric bill's about $11,000. And then just routine small maintenance, things like that. Did you have a total what the budget was for that, for the year? Just the operating?
This
I think
one
we
is
had
for
it here.
23, and this one is for 22, that last year.
Okay, I think that's, but it $10,000 from the council, literally, you know, funds 20% of our operating expenses for the year. And I know everybody's short on money right now, but it'd make a huge difference to us if you were able to help us.
I'm thinking, and here again, just throwing out an idea, is it possible? Sometimes it's very difficult to make a decision in a meeting like this. Money's involved, lives are involved, and you can't put a price on that. We know that, and so we get it, and you get that too. But rather than us make a decision right at this moment, since I don't hear a whole lot of just talk right now, no objections, would it be possible that maybe a couple of us could meet with the board and discuss ways that we could help and bring that back to the council so we could see if that's something council would be amenable to doing?
I would be delighted. How many have actually been in Team Venture that are on the council? So we've still got a few that haven't even been in. We'd love to have every one of you come and show you, most people when they walk in Teen Venture cannot believe what all we offer for the kids there. And so we would love to have any of the council members. We have a board meeting. When is our next board meeting?
27th.
The 27th of this month at 6
p.m.
o'clock. And if any of the council,
When is it?
the 26th, it's on a Thursday, 27th, I'm sorry, 27th.
That's six.
It's on a Thursday at 6 o'clock.
Over at Teen Venture.
It's there in the Teen Venture Center.
May I make a suggestion as well?
Yes, certainly.
I would like you all to consider what we can do for the town as a service and repayment if you do decide to help us with this. Part of our mission is to teach the kids to love their community and to serve in their community. And so in their contract, when they sign a membership form with us, they agree to perform services in the community. And so you can see in my list that I gave you of some of the things that we've done already with service to the community. So if you guys have things that you would like to see us be involved in, please, if you decide to help us with this, we would love to make a commitment to the town to continue to serve in repayment for that help.
Even if they
That's,
don't help us.
that's a kind,
Yes, please, throw me your ideas.
that's,
I had already
May I?
spoken with,
Yeah, go ahead,
I'd
Jim.
already spoken with Mr. Holt when he was filling in about the possibility of using some Teen Venture students as well as maybe some Kiwanis members and different people to do some cleanup and mulching and so forth at Critterville. We could possibly help out on the new playground if need be.
Jim, that's a good idea, and those things are needed in several areas of the town. I mean, talking about mulching, not mowing grass. No, we're not going there, but those are things that give our community involvement and foster citizenship for the long run.
Could,
Go ahead, go ahead.
it's going to take, if you study, it's going to take 3 or 4 months for the council to maybe make up their mind. Would the council consider, if I make a motion that, excuse me, that we cover the electric bill for 3 months until the council decides if they can go to 10, at least cover it 3 months? If you don't mind, I'll make that motion until we meet with them and study the teen center, that we cover 3 months of the electricity bill.
I would prefer if we could take some time to think about it because we were presented with a contract. I'm not sure when that was, it was a couple months ago that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the contract says that the town will not pay any utilities. So, or that the teen center will be responsible for that.
Well, I mean, they're still responsible.
Let me ask you
We're
this.
just helping them out a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
Doug, you have a motion. Is there a second to the motion? I'm following procedure here. Is there a second to your motion? That's the first thing we need to cover.
I'll second.
All right, Gary seconds the motion. So there is a motion, an active motion on the floor to cover 3 months of utilities. I'm assuming July, August, and September.
Is that what you prefer, Mr. Vance?
That would be wonderful until they can see what all we do. I would love that.
Yes,
Okay. Well, and but I will include as discussion. I still would like I would personally like to meet with you, and it can't be just me, a member of the council or 2 members, whatever, to discuss with you the future.
Right.
Not stopgap measures,
Right.
which we all are working on, trust me, but the future and how we view it as a community. And we want to be a part of it. So that's not part of the motion, but I don't want to let that go.
Right.
Can we-
I'm fully in agreement with that.
I mean, that's the reason I made the motion to get.
Can we cap it at $1,000 a month?
Yeah, that'd be fine with me. Yeah, I'll amend my motion to cover $1,000 a month for 3 months until the mayor and 1 or 2 council members meet with you and go over the Teen Ventures needs.
Now, to follow protocol, you're amending the motion. So basically, to be really right about it, Doug, you need to rescind the motion, rescind the second, and remake the motion. So you need to rescind your motion and just make a motion, it's done, that you want $3,000 for 3 months.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I rescind the motion. And now I make another motion that we cover the electric bills, $1,000 a month for 3 months until we can do, till the mayor and one or two of the council members, hopefully all of us, can go through the team venture and assess their needs.
Thank you, Doug. Now, is there a second to
I'll
that?
second
All right, Gary, there's a motion and the second on the floor to provide $1,000 per month for utilities, and it's made by Doug and seconded by Gary. So is there any further discussion on this motion?
I would love to be one of the members who go to this board meeting on the 27th. I would also like to invite you all to the rec commission meeting to see what we could do together, work together, see what's up.
I think that's a wonderful
And
idea, Jordan.
we'll cover that after this motion. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so is there any discussion on this motion?
I just want to explain why I'm going to vote no on this, and it is purely because we have a contract, and I would assume we need to follow that contract that says that the town is not responsible for the utility bills, and I don't want to void or in any way alter some sort of legal agreement.
I see that, if I may speak. We know the town's not responsible. We're just helping them out, even though we're not responsible. So it does not void a contract,
Okay,
because we've done it before.
okay. Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote, please, Amanda.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Susan.
Jan?
Oh, Jan.
Yes.
Sorry.
No.
It's been a long day. Jan, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And Laura.
No.
Okay, so did I get it clear, Amanda? There are 5 yeas and 1 nay, to be, for the record. Okay, this motion passes 5-1. Thank you, council, and thank you. Now, before you go, what was the date again for your board meeting?
The 27th,
At what day, what time?
6 p.m.
All right, and will that be the full board?
Yes, our full board.
How many people are on that full board?
7?
Okay. Is there a time before that board meeting that I would like to go, whoever would like to go with me as a member of council? It should be no more than 2, so we don't have a meeting. Speak now, forever hold your peace. To go with,
I like to go.
all right, Rick and Jordan? Is that okay?
Okay.
Well,
If you just need to, we would.
two, so it
just
won't be a
two. I'm sorry,
meeting.
yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
guys can inform me, okay?
Well,
Yeah, it's okay.
Can you not come as not official representatives of the town?
We can't. The law prohibits that.
Would it be better for 2 members of the council that have not been there?
Well, I think those members could visit separately.
They can,
What I'm
yes.
talking about is this board meeting right here,
Just for the board.
okay?
Now, for that board meeting, can all of you come, or just 2?
No, we can come, we'll have to notify the press,
Rod, I got a question.
You're coming.
okay?
Can we have a workshop with them? A joint workshop?
We can, I would suggest, I'm with you, so we don't get too many things on the board. I would suggest, because I don't know what we're gonna work on. I follow, from my perspective, I would suggest we're gonna do the 3,000. It's a stopgap measure, and we know that we come, it'd be Rick, if I understand it right, council, do you approve of this? Rick and Jordan and myself going to this meeting or another meeting? We don't want to get too complicated. Let's keep it simple. We'll be at that meeting, and if it's more than us, we'll notify the press.
Could I make a suggestion?
Absolutely. I would like to meet with you before then.
If some of the board would like, if they weren't available multiple days, if some of them wanted to come like at 5 o'clock
Yes.
that day, we could do a tour of the facility before the board meeting.
Okay?
If that would work, and that, I know with a lot of people's busy schedule.
I think that's very generous, and I'd say we accept. Thank you.
What is your hours of operation over there?
We are
We-
currently open Monday through Friday from 1 o'clock until 6 to the general teen venture. The skate park is open till 8.
Now, those are
Because,
summer hours.
Yeah, those are just the summer hours. During the school year, we're open from 3 to 8 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol and Mr. Vance and Jim. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council.
Okay.
Thank you.
The work you're doing is to be applauded.
Thank you.
Okay. Please tell Christian Bond that Mr. Curry said hello.
Yeah, he was sad that he couldn't make it today. He wanted to come.
Tell him, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, we have, let me put my agenda up here. Okay, next on the agenda, we have recognition of God's rock stars, Rocky Hill, and Appalachian Agency for Senior Citizens, Brian Beck and Lena Mitchell. And I see a joyous occasion. I think everyone is here. I see Brian and Lena, and I saw Rocky. Rocky, where are you? Ah, the Lord is shining on us. Thank you. I want to stand up because I need a little power right now. I want to share a few thoughts with you, okay? First, I want to read the email that I sent to Rocky and Brian and Lena, and I always copy the manager, in this case, interim manager Clarence Monday and Susan Witt, who is the office manager, so that we're documented. I want to read what I wrote because it says better than anything how I really feel. Can you see me back there, Rocky? Yes, sir. Lean out here a little bit so I can see you. Thank you. Yes, sir. You're good. All right, subject, recognition. Dear Rocky, Brian, and Lena, I've requested that you be recognized for your contributions to our community at our next council meeting, Tuesday, July 11th, 2023. The meeting begins at 6 p.m., and you are early on the agenda. Each of you represent the spirit of community by doing good for others. What is happening at the Lake Park recreational area is phenomenal and helpful to everyone. You represent the spirit to which we can all aspire. On behalf of the town of Richlands, we are grateful. I hope you can attend. Most sincerely, Rod. That is what this is all about. It's the spirit of helping others. And I want to address the name because we talk about it. No matter what you call it, it's Lake Park. Lake Park never existed until we put a lake back there when I was a child. I learned to swim. And that's how the name is. It's Lake Park. And there was a big lake back there with a sandy beach. Somebody told me recently they brought that sand from Virginia Beach. I don't know. But I learned to swim there, and I want to tell you it was a mud hole, but I did learn to swim. I'm not putting it down. I'm telling you I learned to swim in the most adverse conditions. But that's why it's called Lake Park. That's it. You go to Lake Park Drive, Lake Park, it's Lake Park, Lake Park. There is no discussion. That's it. Now, several years ago, when Mary Ann and Vicki were on the board, they took it up upon themselves to work down in that area. And they took citizens, Dr. J.A. Robinson, who donated all that land down there for public use. And they also included the former mayor, W.W. Fields, who had done a ton for this town, and those families were invited to come back. And they did. Carol Cook and Hugh Cook had guests from the Fields family in this council chamber, and Carolyn Robinson Varner, who is the daughter, one of the daughters of Dr. J.A. Robinson, came to this council to be recognized and honored for the contributions of those who had gone before us. We are standing on the shoulders of giants. Every time we move, anything we do, we're not the first ones to do it, be it anybody. Someone is working hard before us. And we need to recognize that, and I thank God for you. So in the spirit of helping everyone, be it older people, of which I am, or younger people, and different learning styles, we're all people together, working together in this community. And I am thankful that you're here tonight. If you are brought here tonight, if you are led to speak, you're speaking from your heart for the people of this town. And I am so ever so grateful that you're here. We want to hear what you have to say in the spirit of love. because that is what governs this town. That is what will make Richlands go forward. I'm an old peace and love guy, and I believe it wins every single time. So I want to thank you, Rocky, and God's rock stars for all that you do. And I want to thank Appalachian Agency and Brian Beck and Lena who worked there. They worked there for the good of others. What that agency does is quiet, but it's boundless, endless what they do. My first personal experience with Appalachian Agency came when I needed help for my mother who was very sick. They help across the board in so many ways. So when you really think about it, we're all doing this. We're all holding hands. Hold my hand, Rick. And you hold his. Hold my hand. Reach over there and hold hands. Everybody, hold hands. This is what it's about. And so I want you to know this is what it's about. If you want to hold hands in the audience, it will be surprising how the blood will flow and it will lift you up. Please do. Please do. Please do. I can't make you. You're grown adults. It won't kill you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now, the one thing I want to read to you. I take my time on these things because it's important, and I feel the way I feel, and I'm led by my heart and my head. Many years ago, my step-nephew, yes, I'm from a modern family, his, hers, ours, theirs, and the unknown. Okay? Let's make it very clear. He had this on a mirror in his bedroom. He was having some growing pains, doing a lot of partying. But he had this, and I said, please send it to me. He sent it to me in an old-timey fax. This guy's in his 50s now and is he's an attorney in Columbus, okay? But I saved it forever because I love it. And I want to read this to you. It's called Perceptions of a Lifetime. It's by William Arthur Ward. He was one of the great educators in this country. I only want to read the last one. The simplest person can see God's hand in nature. The wise person can see God's face in fellow human beings. Thank you. Now, without further ado, we need pictures. I would appreciate it if Rocky and Brian and Lynn would please come up. You're representing the work you do and have your picture taken, please. Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
You certainly may.
Ryder could not make it because I wanted some of my rock stars to come.
Uh-huh.
But Ryder's mom's car broke down on the way, and there are several that has challenges. They can't be in the room with a lot of people. But Kyla's here, and I would love Kyla to come up with something.
I met her.
Without her and these kids,
I met her just now, Rocky. I met her. She's 15 years old. I didn't know that. She's a charm. And just so you'll know, we all have this in our families. This is my Mark. When my Mark was born in Boston, in one of the top hospitals in the world, they said he would live to be 11. He's 49 years old because of the love of his mother. It is not unique. Come on, bring anybody up here you want. I particularly.
Hey, Rod, can everybody go up there and take
Yeah.
one group shot for
Thank you.
council?
Come on. Rocky, you may have to have Kylie up here. It'll be difficult. Thank you. Now, if you don't know Rod Curry, you know him now.
By the way, we in a real big organization, by the way. This is the organization, Jedediah Mack and me and the community.
I think all you people that are part of this ought to be up there, you know, standing proud.
Come on, Brian and Lena. You come up here with us.
The parents as well, the parents of the rock stars, please come up because
Yeah.
I know they can't be in
Come on,
here in this
Lena.
crowd. So
Brian,
Joella,
thank you.
Jeff,
You're nice and tall.
please still, come on.
I'm a midget.
I know they can't be here, but please come up here. Without you guys, we don't do this.
let them come back here, Rocky, if you don't care.
Yeah, let the parents go back there.
I'll
Okay,
come back
Rocky,
here.
will you and
I'll
McKinley
be on
come
that.
back here? Okay, okay.
I
That's
ain't got
fine.
to see blue eyes and white.
Come on over.
See, I got to see
Come
her
on
last
over.
week.
Thank you.
Here, you're gonna have to step back, you're pretty tall. You got people.
Oh, I've got, here, come on, there we go.
And her eyes are.
I'm just, here, Jane. I
Y'all gotta tighten up, real tight.
Cozy?
Yeah.
How about cozy, cozy?
Okay, Rocky. Excellent. One more time, Rocky. Excellent.
You got my thing in there. We love Kyla. We love them all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rocky. Atlanta, thank you. Where's Brian? Brian, thank you. It means a lot to us. It's working together. Thank you.
Thank y'all for the recognition. We don't
Thank you,
want it,
Rocky.
but thank you.
Well, you deserve it.
No, I didn't want the recognition.
I'm getting pretty good at throwing these seats out the way.
Yeah, you're gotta keep you. Okay, get my. Okay, thank you, everyone. And seriously, all the efforts are so appreciated. It's all togetherness for our community. Thank you. Okay, next we have CART, the Walking Book Tour. Ginger.
Since we're in such a positive theme, and it's so refreshing, I'm introducing the Community Storybook Self-Guided Walking Trail. I have given you information in relationship to this, but since we have such a captive audience, I'd like to read this proposal. The purpose and goal of the Community Storybook Self-Guided Walking Trail is an opportunity to create connections with a broad perspective of the community, partnering with Appalachian Agency for Senior Citizens, Citizens for the Arts, which is CART, the Tazewell County Public Library, basically the Richlands branch at this point, and the town of Richlands. Just within the white lights of downtown Richlands lies a treasure of delightful adventures. It's easy to fall in love with Richlands as its main streets that captures your heart as you stroll along the wide sidewalks, tree-shaded sidewalks lining both sides of the one-way streets. Storefront after storefront invites you to discover what unique opportunities we have to offer, no matter what your age. The concept of the Community Storybook Walking Trail is to engage our community with different levels of initiatives and strategies. First, a way to get people walking for their physical and mental health. Second, to provide an avenue of intergenerational learning. Third, to assist with improving reading skills. Fourth, to promote the promotion of events and activities taking place throughout our towns. And fifth, taking a fresh approach to combating loneliness and isolation. This is just a start to the vision on how this community project can go. What a difference this will make to encourage adults and children in developing their own stories to share. Why not reach out to everyone as they put stories together of memories growing up in the center of the friendly circle? There are unlimited possibilities collaborating with historical societies, community organizations, schools at the very level, at any level, and family reunions, etc. The possibility excites the mind and restores your soul as you see just how wonderful this project could actually be. I ask for a vote of confidence in making this a reality for our community and for future generations. And what the proposal is, which I have given you, is a map. I had the intern that is in the CART office this summer develop one, and then Doug, my husband, developed one. And it is no cost to the town of Richlands. This is a partnership with us, and all expenses are taken care of. It will be an opportunity, and I've already talked to Clarence and also to George about this. We will post on each one of the lampposts within the targeted area. And then there will be interchangeable. So we'll be able to do stories, that are classics. We'll also be able to market activities of the town that are doing. And we'll also be able to encourage students and children of all ages to come to the community center that Appalachian Agency has with Brian Beck, to start creating their own stories, to start talking to their grandparents, and start writing these stories down that are going to be lost for our community, so that we can make a journal of them and spread them all over our town with the excitement where they will learn about their heritage. So I'm just asking for your vote, and I'd like to get this started just as soon as possible, because I don't think we have any more time to waste.
Thank
And
you,
also,
Jen.
saying that, before you do that, I also have another recommendation. This proposal is for the naming of the Richlands Park, and Rod, I'm so glad you brought all that up, that's located on Front Street, across from, next to the post office and across from the card office and the Richlands Community Development Center. The town park area and/or facilities are generally named for geographical identification that promotes historic features of the communities that provide merit and value while reflecting on significant relationships to the community where they are located. It is for this reason that I am requesting that the town park, which is located on Front Street beside the Richlands Post Office and across from the Community Development Center and Cart's office, to be considered to be named Whistle Stop Park. The uniqueness of this name blends respectfully in with the downtown theme. The Coal Miners Memorial, which is the Commonwealth of Virginia's Coal Miners Memorial, the Richlands Foreman Section House, which is only one of 4 existing still in the United States, and the impact that the railroad industry has mirrored in our economy that created our service industry. There is no doubt the railroad is a woven piece of our fabric, where its goods and services is a dominant characteristic of our community. Memories are shared by the activities we foster. Why not make those memories associated with the history, culture, and economy that made us? And I would like to respectfully present that to Town Council for consideration when y'all name that part, because you're getting it finished soon. And we also want to tie in with all of this excitement with unveiling the storybook self-guided walking trail, as well as the renovation project of the library, too.
Ginger, the storybook, I love the storybook thing. Just a couple of questions regarding, I've got the maps here.
Well, y'all don't have a map guy, so we just did it
Oh, it's,
for mapping.
I'm fine, not any questions about it. So it could start, for example, if you were,
At the library,
start at the library, and would they read a story there?
yes.
And-
Each lamppost that's identified will have a page of a book or a story.
So you
they'll
move
make
from,
2 loops, okay? Suffolk, second, Norfolk, front. Suffolk, second, Norfolk, front. And we'll interchange those. We would like to think maybe every month, but it might be sooner than that.
and it would be a storybook like,
What, like
Love
Jack
You
and the
Forever?
Beanstalk, that Cart's getting ready to do in October.
what was
So,
it?
Jack and the Beanstalk.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Barter Theater's bringing that performance to our community.
Okay.
So I would like to have that as a precursor to that performance coming to our community, so kids will know. They don't read the classics much anymore. So this is a way for their grandparents or their parents or their friends or their neighbors to learn the classic reading of stories,
Mm-hmm.
or any stories, it doesn't matter.
Oh, I just was curious how it worked, and well, do you want approval from the council right now on this?
Yeah,
We can
that'd
move
be
forward?
perfect, so that I can get with George.
So we're partnering with the
George.
Appalachian Agency.
And we get those things ordered.
CART, Tazewell County Public Library, in the town of Richlands. Okay.
Excuse me.
What are the
Ginger?
thoughts?
Yeah,
here?
Gary?
Go ahead. What are those boxes, like waterproof boxes?
Oh, well, I tried to get this downloaded, but I'm not real savvy on, as anyone that knows me suppose I'm not savvy on the computer. But this is what I'm looking at. And they're kind of like yard sales. Share among yourselves.
Sure.
I only had 2 copies.
Well,
Yeah,
this
so
doesn't matter?
what they are, they're kind of like yard signs that, you know how the lamp posts go up like that? Those will sit right on that edge. And then, I'm not sure if we're going to do the 5x7s or the 8x10s. You know, we're gonna have to, they're gonna be turned the way so that the people won't catch their arms on them.
Right.
And then they'll be zip tied to the lamp post, because those lamp posts are kind of, I don't know what you call them.
They're fluted.
flues or whatever.
they're fluted.
Okay.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, so to put a bracket on those, that requires a whole metal thing, so you're upping the cost.
Right.
When Erica Galloway, who's the director of the library, researched some of that, you know, the signs were not very expensive, but the brackets to go around them were, you know. So we were able to find those that really wouldn't cost very much. You know, no matter what are they, Jan, $5 or something like that? The price of those? Oh, you've got the sheet there.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think they're $5 or $6,
Yeah.
which would serve our purpose. You know, because we gotta be able to make sure they're at the level that children can read them with their grandparents.
That sounds like fun, something positive. And who's responsible for taking these up and putting them
The
down?
library is going to be responsible for making sure those are interchanged every session, I guess, like that. So it will not be any expense at all or any labor cost to the town at all, other than maybe advice from George.
Well, I think it sounds like a very nice thing to do.
So just needs a consensus from council.
Do you want, what would
Yeah,
you
I think we ought to
recommend?
seal it with a
Consensus or
vote.
vote?
Mr. Mayor, since it involves the authorization to use the town property, I would recommend to the council that you do a vote on
Okay.
that.
The town property being the poles?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Mr. Monday, will you oversee this as the town manager? Will you oversee the town side of it?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Mayor, George and I met with Ms. Branton a couple of weeks ago. I think it's a very good idea that we'll bring people to your downtown area. It'll get them involved, get them active and so forth. And George went out with Ms. Branton to look at her concept and make sure that everything looks safe. And during the installation, I will make sure that the staff does that. And we'll continually look at them periodically. If there's any feedback of any adjustments that we need to make, we'll go ahead and work with Ms. Branton to do that, because we want to make sure they're safe and they're accessible also.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I
And I
just
also
want to add
might
one
add,
thing.
too,
Ginger, I just
you
want to
know-
add one thing.
Oh, okay.
The section house.
Yes.
One of the most historic pieces that should be on here.
It is,
Am I
when we
overlooking?
expand the program.
Don't go down that far.
You gotta be a visionary, Rod.
Don't-
Where is it?
It's not on there yet.
Okay.
I just said when we expand the program.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure, okay? I don't want to be left out, you know, I'm pretty sensitive about those things, okay?
I know you are, I know you are.
All right,
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the storybook walking trail.
okay. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And there's a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? What we're doing is approving for these entities, the Library, Appalachian Agency, and CART, to work together to create a walking storybook program.
I just want to say, I think this is a good idea.
Well, thank you,
We're
Laura.
always trying to bring people downtown, and this is pretty cool and unique, something unique to Richlands, so I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
And may I also mention, Mary Sue Dean, when she was on the trustees board for the library, she had this concept down at Critterville, but it kept constantly getting vandalized and torn up and you name it, you know. And so we hope that by it being in the town limits, under the protection of the police department, which will arrest these people if they vandalize things, then, then we'll have a success story so that they can share them with their children too.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? There being no discussion, a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan.
Yes.
And Laura.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous. Thank you, council. Carry on, Ginger.
Okay, well, I just wanted to mention, I'm not sure when or where or how or what you're going to do about the naming of the town park, but I would like to get the ball rolling on that because the guys have worked very hard on getting that finished. And it would be nice when it's finished that we have a name that's suitable.
I
and
don't
suits it.
disagree, and I looked at that, and I immediately thought of fried green tomatoes. Thank you. But we'll get back to you on that, okay?
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let me get this out of the way. Okay, council. Next on our agenda is D, the Planning Commission recommendation of qualified candidates for the open seat. Gary?
Yes, Mayor. Planning Commission had their meeting on June the 27th due to the regular meeting on July 4th. They had 4 candidates, very good candidates that they reviewed and looked at, and they submitted me to submit to council. The Planning Commission recommends to council our 2 top candidates, Glade Brown, Elaine Holmes, for their consideration to fulfill the remaining term of the vacant seat ending 6/30/2024.
So the commission is recommending 2 names for consideration by council.
Yes.
Okay, and you, I see Elaine is here. Okay, okay.
Where's the lane?
Elaine, Doug, do you mind to stand so, this is Elaine Holmes.
I'm not sure if this is a recommendation. I don't know if she wants my stamp of approval, but Ms. Holmes was my 3rd grade teacher and helped mold me into the educational person that I am today.
You're welcome. So, what is council's will here? We have 2 excellent candidates in one
Yes.
place,
1 seat
1 seat.
for the Planning Commission.
I would like to make the motion to appoint Elaine Holmes to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, there is a motion and a second on the floor made by Laura, seconded by Jan, to appoint Elaine Holmes to the Planning Commission.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make one clarification, that would be for an unexpired term ending
Yes.
6/30/24.
Yes.
To keep everything on sequence.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So Elaine, if council approves this, you have a motion and a second. It would be for the term that's yet to be filled to its expiration date, which is June the 30th, 2024. Okay? So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion?
So who does planning lean towards? Do they have any, like, who do you think?
Repeat that.
So who does planning want? Like, I know they said 2, but who are they?
Divided.
Okay. Okay.
Excellent candidates, either way you go. Okay, any other discussion on these, this candidate that's up here? There being no further discussion, I would ask a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you and congratulations, Elaine. Elaine, you will need to get with the town manager, but there are forms that you must fill out because you'll be dealing with things which you'll have to have a statement of economic interest on file in the town. Thank you. And I want to mention Glade Brown was on the list. That's another, these are so many people that could be good candidates for so many things, and we must not, did he send a letter of intent? Yes. Okay, then we must not forget these people. And there will be terms expiring on various things, and we have, I'm all about this community tonight. So many resources in our community, and we don't have to reach to get them. They're there. Thank you. Okay, next we have Roman numeral 5, letter E, personal property tax discussion. Laura Malo.
I am so excited for this one. When I heard a couple years ago when we implemented, I did not, a previous council implemented personal property tax. I understand that some areas have, in town limits, have personal property tax, but on our citizens, it placed an undue burden on our citizens rather than the council and the town trying to take back control of the budget. They upped everything except a mills tax and then implemented a personal property tax, which impacts our citizens only. So that being said, I think that we have a lot of ways to make up for that revenue. One being we need to start collecting the back property taxes. Those are not being collected. I have asked council multiple times as a citizen and now as a council member to get with the group that we had talked to, the TACS, get those taxes collected. And now the motion I'm about to make is going to put us in the position to need to do that. So I'm going to make a motion that we abolish our personal property tax in Richlands.
I second that motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor made by Laura and seconded by Jan to abolish the personal property tax. I think we implemented it, and then we lowered it, and recently now the motion is to abolish it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there any discussion on this motion?
So do we have other ways to make up this difference? Like any ideas?
We actually, because of tax assessments, the property tax is we're gonna collect more.
Yeah.
Just because of the tax assessment, not because the rate went up.
Yeah.
Also with, if council wants to talk about the mills tax, was the only tax that was not, at that time. But as of right now, there are ways that we can trim a little bit from the budget. I'm very budget oriented of sticking to that budget, but there are ways that we can trim out of it, and most assuredly to collect our back property taxes
And-
would absolutely cover it.
Jordan, I can't say anything. When we go in closed session, I'm going to make a suggestion also. That'll
Okay.
cover it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mike. Closed session, we can't. I'm a little confused here, Doug.
It will tie in.
It will tie in.
It is appropriate what he's gonna
Okay.
suggest.
Okay, well, my only question was, and I don't like the personal property tax either, but I was just knowing we have in budgets, the plus side and the minus side, so we're removing something, and then we're gonna have to either remove something, which we're very tight to do, is my understanding, or we have to make it up. I think probably the most hopeful way would be based on the assessment going up on real estate. Not to be a downer, but collecting bad debts is really difficult. I don't want to bank on that. You can't get what they ain't got, or you can't get what they're not going to give you.
We have to at least try though.
Just, yeah, I'm not saying we don't, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
count on it at all.
I also know of like one new business that is going to probably contribute $40,000 to $50,000 more in the meals tax, which will help offset that also. Just one business, because they're doubling.
How much are we talking here? Like, how much is personal property tax for the town of Richlands? Do you happen to know? I know it's out of left field.
Mr. Mayor, the information that the staff provided today, what is budgeted for the revenue in the fiscal year that just ended? Personal property tax, the estimated revenue was $155,000, just a little north of that, a little less than $156,000.
I mean, I'm just speaking on behalf of me. I think it's a good idea to get rid of this tax, but there's a lot of what-ifs in these replacement values. I'm not exactly in a hurry to do this, just because there's too many what-ifs for me. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, though.
Okay. Any other discussion, members of council? Okay. There is, Mike, we are lowering a tax, so this does not qualify for an ordinance. Is that correct?
Well, there's an adopted ordinance that's already in the Code of Ordinances, but this would essentially be to strike that down It's not creating a new tax, it's not raising any rates. My opinion is it doesn't have to be advertised for that.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Okay, thank you for the clarity. No further discussion. I would ask a roll call vote, please, Amanda.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
No.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-1. So this is a successful motion. Thank you, council. Okay. Now we have, under Roman numeral 5, we have letter F, George West, paving project update, security enhancement with fencing at the water treatment plant, fencing, mulch for the train near the stage for Cumberland Plateau grant finalization. So, George, good to see you. Welcome, George. I just want to say, we have some of the best employees, not just George. Many people work for this town, and we're grateful for every one of them. Thank you.
On the paving update, RFP for bids went out for paving late April, 1st May. W&L was low bidder. Mr. Attorney, do you know if the contract was awarded to W&L?
I'm not for sure off the top of my head there.
If I may add that, George, I might be out of school, but W&L, I talked to one of their officials, and they are sure that they got the bid, and they're ready to go.
I'm sorry, we did make the motion to accept that. I'm not sure what happened
I
after
thought
we
so.
made the
Yeah.
motion, but. we
All they're
did.
doing is waiting when you say go.
I have talked to Travis Lambert with W&L. They're looking at mid to late September, early October
Yeah.
to pave.
I talked to Bid Taylor, Bid Taylor.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
But anyway, also on the paving, I'm sure, I know what we put out was for all VDOT streets, pretty much. I'm sure all y'all's council members have had calls on some of the non-VDOT streets. I've had several calls. There's a lot of streets that are not VDOT that need to be addressed at some point in time. I've got 3 or 4 streets that several people call me on. I don't know when we can work it in, but.
Years ago, if I may speak, we had a 5-year plan. Are there any way that you could, and working with council, set a yearly of the priorities and make sure that each street in those 5 years are paved? Would that be possible?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Should be. It's, like I say, there's several out there that,
Sure.
that are not VDOT. Security fence, going to it at the water treatment plant. I know the bid was $15,500, and y'all had said to find the money. I talked to Susan today. I don't know that the money's been found for that.
Susan, can you add to that?
I think that council had said not to use ARPA money, so we're looking, but, the budget is pretty thin. So we're looking for that. But also, his heat pump went down in his kitchen over there. I think he's looking around $8,000 for that.
Run that by me.
At the water plant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have 2 heat pumps, I think, and the one that cools the kitchen has gone down. We called Dustin, and he came and repaired it for now, but it's like 30 years old.
It's on its last leg.
Yeah, and those guys work long hours, so it is important that they have a cool place to go eat in their kitchen.
That's a
Yeah.
must.
Yeah.
Susan,
So-
are you able to take that for a heat pump out of the water reserve since it's for the water plant?
I had talked to EJ, and actually he had put that in his budget. I'm not sure if that was approved or if that was a want. We'll have to see that, but he sort of knew that was coming. So we may have to reprioritize that, maybe instead of the fencing, and maybe try to do the fencing next year.
Okay.
The fence, I think Jordan and Gary was, I think that's super, super important. They're both very important. Not that I want to dip into ARPA, but if we're not able to, the fence, I don't know about coming out of water reserves, but would you know that, Mr. Monday? Would we be able to use water reserves for the heat pump since it's in the water plant?
Mr. Mayor, as far as my knowledge goes, unless the town has any finance policies that I'm unaware of, if the funds are not already appropriated in a line item budget somewhere, you would have the discretion to use your unobligated fund balance in the respective fund to pay for any unbudgeted expenses. So the answer would yes, you would be able to do that. But again, since those funds have not been appropriated, you would need a motion to authorize that appropriation.
From the funds that are there to appropriate it for what they need it?
Yes, sir, and you could use it, if it's at the water plant, you could use it for your water, from your water unassigned funds, unless you have a policy that prohibits you from doing that.
Would we be able to do that with the fence as well, since it's water plant property?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the answer to that question will be the same as the fencing.
Okay.
I will make a motion that we use, I'm going to say this, might say it incorrectly, you might have to change to help me. I will make a motion that we use the unreserved fund balance that is not appropriated to fix the fence and the heat pump for the water plant.
I'll second that.
There's a motion on the floor made by Laura, seconded by Doug, to allocate the money for the heat pump that's needed and the fencing at the water treatment plant. Is there any discussion on this motion?
What was that price cost again for the fence and the heat pump?
15,000 for the fence and 8,000 for the heat pump.
23.
I think it was 15,000 for the fencing and around 8 for the heat pump.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Yes.
Mr.
Monday.
Mayor, just to be precise, I do have the estimate that was left for me from Mr. Holt. And this particular estimate, if the company was still honor it for the fencing, is $15,500.
Thank you. So noted in the minutes, please. Thank you, Rebecca. Okay. Okay.
So it totals 23,500.
Okay.
Assuming 8,000 is the round figure.
8,000 is a round figure. Is that, 8,000 is a round figure? You don't have anything in writing? Okay. Okay. Well, I think, well, we'll do it properly. So there's a motion on the floor and a second. Does everyone understand what we're doing here? Okay. There being no further discussion, Amanda, roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
George, thank you very much.
Okay. The other thing is the playground at Front Street. Playground equipment is set. Border for the mulch is there. We still need to do the mulch, and we had a bid for fencing around it out there too. The bid was $3,550. The mulch depends upon what we do. The rubberized mulch, enough to do it is around $3,800. If you went with the non-splintering playground mulch like they use at Critterville, you're looking probably $700 to $1,100, but there again, you're gonna have to change it out about every 3 years, so,
The first mulch you mentioned, does it have a longer life expectancy?
yes,
Is it safer? You said rubberized, it sounds safe to me.
yes, it's safer and probably at least around 10 years out of it anyway.
Okay. Okay.
I have a question. Can we go back to the paving? Did I understand you to say that the paving would not begin before September, late September, early October?
Be mid-September, late September, early October.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, so mulch for the trains. Do we have the money for that from the grant that we got?
I think all the
Cumberland
money's
Plateau.
been spent to now, is what I understand.
We spent all that? Okay. So you need funds?
Out of the first round.
Okay. Or did we have a second round? Did we get one?
Did
Do
we
you
get
know?
$90,000 back? Is that not, did I
Something.
misunderstand that? I thought it was like a.
We did get back 89,000
Uh-huh,
that we'd already spent.
yeah.
There is, I understand, a second round for 50,000.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that's for that or something else. So I don't know if the playground is part one or part two.
I follow.
I believe it's part one.
Okay.
But I don't know, I don't know, but I
Right.
believe it is
As
part
far
one.
as I know, all the money for part one's been spent.
Mhm.
That's what I understand.
So there is a second amount coming to us, but we don't know what it's for. I mean,
We would have to approve the second round, right?
Right, I would have to check with Letty. She's been working on that second round, and I'm not sure what it's designated for.
Right.
It could be something different,
Yes.
so.
Well, here's a thought, and I'll ask for council's input. If we have money coming, we don't know yet. Maybe before we allocate it, we could do that perhaps. But if that money is coming, and if it can be used for the mulch and the fencing, that's a thought. But seek council input.
The timeline would be the only hesitancy there. I mean, it depends on how quick we could get an answer. I don't want that to sit over there half finished for years. That looks bad on everybody.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, just being honest. Plus, it's good for the community. They should be able to use it. That being said, though, I'm not just gonna willy-nilly spend that if we don't have to. So I guess I would want others' input.
Other council members, we would apparently have to allocate the money for this, which could work. Either way could work. I'm just trying to think of all the options.
Let's let Mr. Mundy look into it,
Get
and
back
at
to
the
us.
next meeting, tell us what our options are.
Okay,
I think that's fair.
that's good. Research.
Yes, sir, understood.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members of council. George, thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Are we good? Okay, thanks again. Okay, Roman numeral 5, item G. We have Matt Whited, grant application for communication and appropriation of funds. Matt?
Thank you, Mayor. I put a packet in about the grant in y'all's council packets. The request that we're making for the rescue is a match for our EMS grant for communication equipment, which is $22,482.92. The grant was originally put in March 4th for a 80/20, which would have been about $11,000, and they returned it in July for 50/50. So that's why the increase. And apparently, the 11,000 that was requested was not approved initially for the budget upcoming. This will replace the mobile units and all the EMS ambulances and portable radios. That's about 15 years old, and we're having problems replacing those, finding parts for those, and 10 years is a life pretty much of those radios.
So Matt, I'm reading here, grant application and appropriation of funds. So we need to appropriate funds to complete this, right?
Yes, sir.
And approximately how much did you say?
$22,482.92.
Okay. And these are for the radio communications that we need to be up on,
Yes, sir.
just clarifying it in my
This is
mind.
on a RSAF grant that we've got over the last 18 years, like 22 grants, about over $1.5 million. And the ambulance that we have ordered currently is on a grant that's not came in yet, which is like $354,000. And the county gave us 55 to match it, and 38,000 is in the budget for our portion.
Okay.
I have a question. We budgeted like 11,000 and something, so do you have the other portion of it in your budget?
I've went through the line items, probably half of it could be found throughout the budget, but the 11,000 that was initially requested for this wasn't approved.
Was not approved.
So you don't have the money. Okay, council's input.
This is a rough one for me, because I think our radios obviously have to be upgraded, but in my discussions with the county, they have a pending grant right now to upgrade all of the radios, including us, everywhere that their EMS is servicing. So I would hope that you're able to find that 22,000 in your budget. At some point, we have to start sticking to the budget of what we've approved, and it's why if you could find that in your budget, I know I would, well, I'm sorry, we haven't met our new financial director yet, but I'm hoping maybe he could help you find that.
The problem with the counties, they don't know for sure if they're getting it. This here was turned in on March 4th. They didn't finish theirs till after that. We got our grant. If we turn this grant down, not only will it hurt us for the next 2 years, 4 grant cycles, but this ambulance that's coming up, the state could turn around and say, if you can't take this grant, then we're going to decline you on the full grant of that ambulance. So not only could it hurt us on this grant and the next 4 grants, but the town could be stuck paying for the $354,000 ambulance that was ordered July of last year, and paying the county their $55,000 back.
But are these two separate grants?
They are. But the ambulance grant's not been completed because the truck's not finished being built yet, that we ordered and done a purchase order on.
But it's not tied into this grant, correct?
Not this grant, but it comes from the same RSAF. And I've talked to Mr. Mundy, he's familiar with the RSAF grants through the Richmond. And you lose out on these grants, you've lost a lot of money. Like I said, $1.5 million over the last 18 years, it's a lot.
We've got until September, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Who approved you to do this grant, Matt?
This grant was January, February. I guess Mr. O'Daniels and Heather was in, and then when we met for the Bristol review, Chief Holt was the interim manager when I came back and let him know we got good scores. But the thing of it was, this wasn't going to be until July 1st when we got the results to be built into the budget. So at that time, we thought 11,000 would cover the 20% match, and that's why that was requested.
This says we have until September 1st to turn it in.
September 1st, by September 1st, I have to log in and tell them we're going to take the grant.
So can you work with the finance office to see if we can rearrange your budget a little bit and come back to us maybe before September, obviously? And
This is a very important thing, communication equipment. I mean, if there's ARPA funds, they need to be taken out of there. I mean, you're getting a half-price deal, $45,000, $46,000 worth of equipment for half the price. And this time next year, this same stuff will probably be $10,000 more.
So Matt, what I'm hearing from you is we don't need to tarry. But we have, the finalization of it is September the 1st. If, and I'm relying on your input, if council can deal with this based on what, at our August meeting, based on what you're able to find, we call it finding money, is that in time to be safe for the town of Richlands in getting the grant?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got the grant. I've just got to let them know by September 1st that we are going to accept it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that we are going to accept it. We don't want to turn down money. Well, I would ask for other input here, so that I'm not the only one speaking to Laura. Any other thoughts here, members of council?
I agree with Laura. I mean, if we got September 1st, let's wait and see if the financial director and maybe Matt can get together and find the money. And we might hear something from the other grant from the county by that time, hopefully.
And the county's grant, that's a separate whole thing. It's not our SAF. So if you turn this grant down, you will be locked out for the next 2 years and take the jeopardy of paying full price for that ambulance.
Okay.
I mean, I don't understand that, Matt. You've got 2 separate grants.
You do?
Okay. You've already been approved for one. Okay, they raise the other grant and it say, okay, take it or we'll hurt you on the other. That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, they up the cost. That's a good excuse not to do the grant. They promised you $11,000, and now they up it to 22. I mean, to me, they can't expect you to, hey, we're raising that grant, you take it or leave it, and we'll hurt you on the other. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, what it is, when you put the grant in, you requested that 80-20 match. And then when we scored in Bristol, they scored in Richmond, and they returned it at a 50-50 match instead of 80-20, and then that's what they send you, and that's what you're getting.
But they changed it. You applied for one grant, and they changed the grant. They can't fault you. They changed the grant, not you. And they can't hold you because, hey, we're changing this grant, and you have to go with this grant, and we'll hurt you on the other ones. That doesn't make sense to me.
They change the funding level. They do it all the time.
Yeah.
That's just how it depends
I mean,
on how
you
many
understand where I'm
grants.
coming
Yeah.
from. They change the rules, and then they expect you to,
I mean, that's kind of like the jeopardy of it. You put in for 80-20, hoping that's what you're going
Yeah,
to get,
I know.
and then they return it
I know.
50-50.
But you see where I'm coming
Yeah.
from.
But this is a scary situation with the $350,000 ambulance. They can come back and say, well, if it's $550 now, y'all need to come up with $200,000. So what do you do?
Now, the ambulance, that was funded at 80-20. That's what the match of the 55 from the county and the 38 for the ambulance for here. But what I'm saying is, if we turn this grant down, it's from the same RSAF, they could simply say, you're gonna turn this grant down, it's from the same place, from the state of Virginia, then they could decline the ambulance grant.
So they're basically gonna hold us hostage?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't like that.
that's what they're doing.
It's government. Are we government? I'm just saying,
But I can work
I
with-
wanted to enlighten. It's,
Thank you.
sometimes things don't make sense, and I would suggest, I don't disagree, but figuring it out is complicated. I think we all understand it. We may not like it, but we understand it. And I don't think that we can afford to let these things go, but I think what we need to do at this point is my suggestion. Let's see if we can find any money anywhere else, and then if we don't, we'll take action, appropriate action based on council's decision at the August meeting. Is that okay, Matt?
That works.
Thank you so much for your work and your research. Every time employees come up here, I just say, thank you. What would we do without them? We lost. Thank you. All right, next, we have an addition to the agenda, electric rates. Doug?
what I'm going to propose, the electric fund is completely separate from the budget. It has its own budget. And several months ago, I asked to be put on the agenda how much the electric fund was making each month. And it's averaging making, and this is the lean months, it's making as high as 60 to 70,000 a month, which is quite a sum to make each month. And in return, the reserve is going up. We're only required to have $1,784,000 in reserve. We've got 2.6 million, so we've got an extra million in reserve. So I'm proposing that we reduce electric rates by 10% across the board and watch them each month. We could probably afford more than that, but we can take it slow and reduce them 10% beginning. And that's why that I asked to be put on the agenda each month. We can watch the balances and make sure we're fine. But I've studied that electric fund for 20 years, and I know we can afford it. That's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion on the floor and a second made by Doug and seconded by Laura to reduce the rate 10%. Did I hear that right?
Yes, across the board.
What does that entail?
That means all the extras that the town puts on, like if you get a total bill of
Yep,
$800, it'll be reduced by $80.
So are we talking about water as well, or are we gonna do only?
I was,
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's all in one bill, so we just got to like figure out the math
yeah,
on that.
yeah, just electric.
Yeah, okay. So what are gonna be our KPIs to watch, key performance indicators to watch when we need to take this away?
The reserve fund and how much the fund makes each month.
Okay.
And I'm not saying in the future, we might have to raise those rates because you know in the next few years, they're going to go up. We're just going to give it a break, give the citizens a break, maybe 6, 7 months or even a year. And of course, after that, when the rates go up, we might have to adjust. But at least we're given a break.
Could we look at it quarterly? Do you think that's?
I think it's
mean,
fine.
I mean, even, I don't want to do it indefinitely because I'm afraid as the seasons
Sure.
change. I mean, we know that.
Okay, I mean, that's fine.
I'm open to that. It does scare me, but people need help, unfortunately,
I have
with it.
questions. I'm not opposed to it. They're just questions. So when we had the budget, we approved a balanced budget. We approved it, I'm supposing, with the anticipation of electric rates being the same. And so what will replace it, are we using it going into the reserves to replace that? Is that right?
No, not at first, no. If we check it on a quarterly, we're making every month, Mr. Mayor, probably on the average of 60 to 65,000 a month. Like revenue is bringing in 65 on the average, $65,000 a month more than what we're having to pay for it. So that wouldn't hopefully take anything from the reserves.
Okay. I have a question. I know we have put the PCA to 0. Do we know what the impact of that is at this point?
I know if you look I've looked the last 3 months. Last month we made 70-some thousand. This month we've made 70-some thousand.
But I mean, since we're not collecting the PCA,
Well,
how much have we not collected?
Well, it's not hurt our revenue because the revenue is much more than what we're paying for it. I don't know the exact figure, but when you
Does
make...
anybody know?
What is the accounts payable? Does anybody know that? Like, are we ahead on power? Does anybody know?
I mean, it's paid monthly.
Well, yeah, but if people, because some people are on a budget and they've overpaid. How much do we, like, cause if they don't use enough power and you're budgeted X amount, that difference goes in reserve, so that would be accounts payable, correct? That's something to account for when we look at these things.
I think that
I
would
might be wrong now.
Yeah, I think that's minuscule. I mean,
Could be.
yeah.
I think what Doug's talking about is like it's the profit side of it at the end when everything is done. And the town can actually use this but for electric. And this amount keeps greater and greater. So every person in town on town electricity is overpaying, is what he's
Right.
saying.
I mean, it's not meant to be a profit, and we've turned it into a profit center. And one thing to add to this, every year, we're taking $345,000 out of the electric besides what it's making, and putting it into the general budget. And to me, that's wrong, you know? So what we've turned the electric, I've said for 20 years, into a cash cow. And we shouldn't have done that because we've hurt our citizens with too high of electric bills.
Doug, the money, I'm asking you, the money that you say is taken out and put in the general fund, does that account for the administrative expenses?
That's supposedly shared expenses. And you could...
Supposedly, you don't believe it?
No, I don't.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Absolutely, it's not true.
Okay.
If that's shared expenses, I want to do the expenses, and I'll take the 3-something. I can do it a lot cheaper.
So just, people need help, 100%. Do we want to give our new finance person time to look at this? Or, I mean, we don't have to wait, but I would like if he helped us develop the KPIs. Would that be something you would be interested in? Because I'm scared to death to do this, and we get too far gone to recover.
I mean, I made a motion.
Yeah.
And it's second, it's on, I mean, I've studied this thing for 20 years.
Yeah.
And I promise you, you will not be in jeopardy, okay? I give you my word. If you are, like you suggested, we'll check it quarterly.
That would make me feel a lot better.
Okay,
I'm
let's
just-
check it
yeah.
quarterly, and we have plenty of time to react. Because in our budget, in our electric balance, we've got $4,383,000 That's a lot of money.
But it is to us, but like on the commodities market, it might not be. I'm scared to death of a polar vortex. That,
Yes,
give him a microphone.
Yeah, you do need to consider what the commodity prices are going to be doing. I just came from the electric industry, and you're chasing your tail on these fuel prices.
That's why that we're going to check it quarterly. And as I said, no one expects the electricity to stay the same. Everything's going up. But if we check it quarterly, we're going to have plenty of time to react and raise our prices when we need to. What we did, we jumped the gun, and we've raised prices for the last 3 years. And if you look, the average price of a Virginia household is $182 a month. That's the average. We've got people paying $900 a month. We've got one $1,900 a month. We're way over the average in Virginia as far as electric bills.
So,
Were you going to say something, Clarence?
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the staff works for you. We serve you in any way possible. And part of our responsibility is to advise you. And some things that I think that you should be thinking about if you're not already. Now, I haven't been here but just a few months, but I just urge you to make sure you have all the information you need. And what I'm offering is if there's additional information that you need to make an informed decision, the staff will work diligently for you to do that. And so there are some things that I want to make sure that the staff has been able to analyze for you and giving you good information. And among those variables would be what kind of reserve requirements that you have. I know American Municipal Power, they have reserve
I can tell you it's $1,784,000. Okay, we've got $2.6 million. We've got plenty of reserves. We've got $1 million over the reserves that we have to have.
so it sounds like our mind's made up here. I'll say that. All I ask is that if he comes back and tells us in a quarter, we need to quit, we need to listen to him.
Oh, I agree.
We
I
please,
agree with you, Jordan.
I will listen to him. That's the only thing I say. We
Jordan,
need to do it.
My biggest concern is it's hard to go up on the rates.
That's exactly what I was about to say, Mayor, is it's a whole lot easier to lower the rates than it is to raise the rates. So if you come back in next quarter, it's not that you can just raise the rates. Again, you've got to go through and advertise everything. It's going to take you a minimum of 2 months, probably even 3 to do that.
It's the hardest thing in the world to lower anything. I don't know what you're talking about, Mike. I mean, I've never seen government lower anything in my whole life.
Cultural acceptance, yeah.
Doug, I'm telling you, you just made a motion to lower something. You can't just make a motion to raise it back up.
If we lower something, we're making history.
I think what Mike's saying is that if we're going to raise it again, we'll have to go through the process of the
Sure.
public hearing.
I mean, we've got over $1 million over reserves. We're making on the average $60,000 to $65,000 a month. Okay, if you take 10% of what we're paying for electricity, that takes care of what we're reducing, $50,000. All that's going to do is make us equal, hopefully, the revenue versus what we're paying for the electricity. I just can't, electricity shouldn't be for profit. It should be to serve the people. And heaven forbid if we had to stop taking $345,000 and putting it in the finance office and the general budget. I'd love to do that.
You can make that motion next.
I'm going to study that.
With some of us being new and still trying to get up to speed, can we have some time to review this before we just, agree and then have to redo it in another quarter?
I would heed that man's warning. I'm afraid, personally.
Why don't we vote on it?
Well, it has to come to a vote. Just my input is I will proceed with great caution until we have all the figures they're able to give us. Mr. Monday.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, I respectfully going to take one more swing at this piñata. because it's very important. The fund balance, as I was stating before, is only one aspect of the information that you need before you. The other thing is your electric budget, the revenue is not linear. Therefore, seasonally adjusted, you might make a different decision or you may not. But I'm just saying, I'm urging you with the utmost caution to make sure you have good information, because if you cut your revenue source now and you lose that revenue for 1 quarter, and let's say, I'm making up numbers, you lose 10% of the revenue that you need to balance your budget, you're not going to have a full fiscal year to make that up. What is the impact on the people that are paying their bills? Again, we work for you. We respect the important decision that you have. If you need the information, we'll get it for you. If not, it is your will. But we're just urging a sense of caution.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The motion is on the floor, made by Doug and seconded by Laura. Is there any further discussion on this motion before we take a vote?
Mayor Curry, I just want to say I completely respect what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, Mike, about it's harder to raise because we have to go through the public hearing and advertise it, and it's going to take us a couple months to raise. I completely understand that. When I take this vote, it's going to be purely because I do see the reserve balance. I see it growing astronomically. I would probably, if we could, stop the transfer anyway, but it's not that I don't respect what anybody's saying. It's just time to start moving on these things, I think.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. The motion is on the floor to reduce electric rates by 10% and review it in 4 months. Is that correct? A quarter? Those 4 months would be in the fall. 3 months, was it 3 months?
3 months.
Thank you, 3 months quarterly, and that would be in the fall as it gets colder. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Okay, Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
No.
Rick,
No.
Jordan,
No.
Jan,
I respect the information that the team gave us, but I'm going to vote yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
So we have, what, 3 and 3?
Yes.
I vote no. Okay. And I would suggest that you research so we can have the information at our next meeting. Thank you.
Can we have an electrical meeting with him? Do you think that would be beneficial?
Sure.
I think that would be the best idea here, because I'm not saying it's a bad idea. Once again, I'm just hesitant. Is that possible? That'd be awesome. We'll work at that out.
What you might not know, we have an electoral committee that was appointed in January, and our chairman is Doug. Members are Jordan, and citizen members are Shay Cook and Seth White. So, Doug, you'll be responsible for setting a date and calling everybody together and working in coordination with Mr. Campbell. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have parks discussion. Laura?
Yes, this is not something I planned on addressing tonight, but given the uproar of things that are just not true, I wanted people to hear it from my own mouth, what happened. Because as a citizen, I went through horrible times being bullied by the people who sat up here, to the extent that on my way to a meeting, someone who sat here ordered the police to pull me over so I could not make it to a meeting, and that's not something I've shared often. And I'm going to ask that even though I know that a lot of you guys know what I'm saying is true, I don't need you to back me up on this, because I've been the punching bag and I don't mind to do it now. I received an email that was sent to me anonymously that I shared, and I plan to read tonight. And after considering what the email said, it was very, very well written. It was very respectful, that praised the town and the volunteers for the work with the park. But someone had concerns about a certain symbol that was being used there, and they simply said they wanted to educate us. And I am all for conversation. I don't know what the outcome of the conversations will bring, but I think it's very important that everyone in this town has a safe voice to speak. And if someone has seen what I went through and they don't want to share their name, I don't blame them a bit. I have taken anonymous concerns to everyone sitting here. I did it today with the microphones. I don't need to say people's names and drag them into any sort of drama. So I was going to read this email tonight, and after thinking about it, I didn't want the people involved with the park to feel like I was blindsiding them. I wanted them to feel respected, and I wanted to give them a seat at the table. So I sent a text message asking for someone to give me a call at their earliest convenience, and they chose to call me at a certain time. I answered the call, and when I respectfully read the email to this person, the response, and when I finished the email, I simply said, "Do you think we should respond to this?" And the response was, "Here's my response. I quit. I will paint the boat white, and I will not be back to the park." And I said, that is not the goal here. At no time did I ever say that I wanted the boat painted white. At no time did I ever say the boat should be moved. There is no one sitting here that I have heard say that they want the boat changed, that they want the boat moved, or that they want any volunteer to stop working at the park. We had tonight to give some praise to people who are volunteering there now. And when I saw this happening and I saw the absolute lie that was being told, I was going to ignore it. But in the process, my children have been brought into Facebook posts. My husband has been harassed at work, and I will not go through it again. I will not be chased off from this seat that I am elected for, and I will continue to respect every citizen's voice and give everyone a seat at the table and an opportunity to speak safely and freely. And that is what has happened with the park. I can only speak for myself, but I have never heard anyone up here say anything negative about the park, and neither have I. We are in full support of any volunteer who wants to do work in any park in any capacity in the town of Richlands, because as we said earlier, it takes us all working together. I brought up a post on Facebook, and I said one of my favorite shows is The Twilight Zone, and one of my favorite episodes is an episode where everyone's trying to find the alien amongst themselves on their perfect little street, and they destroyed themselves in the process. And Richlands, I'm here to tell you, if we do not start working together and stop spreading lies, spreading rumors, saying things that aren't true, and destroying each other, we are never going to get any further. We have got to put the animosity down and start living together peacefully and working together peacefully. And if anyone has any problems, we need to be able to have peaceful, civil conversation where it is safe for everyone to be heard.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. Okay, we are moving on to Roman numeral 6, scheduled public comments. There was no one on the agenda who has a scheduled public comment. Those are 5 minutes. Now we're moving into unscheduled public comments. These are 3 minutes, and we don't have a, quote, an official timekeeper. So I asked Greg Horn to be the timekeeper tonight, and he knows it's 3 minutes. And Greg, when someone reaches the 3 minutes, it's very difficult to everyone here. When you're speaking, 3 minutes goes by pretty fast. So if I do something like this, it's not saying anything rude. Just know your time is up and to gracefully end it. Thank you so much. And when you address the council as a whole. Thank you. So, the first person is Morgan Earp. Morgan. I've got you on here, Rocky. You're the last. Okay, that's fine. Come on, Rocky. Well, I appreciate you coming up to the podium, please. And I'm fine with that. Rocky, if you'll just say your name for the record, please.
Rocky Hill, Pounding Mill, Virginia. Thank you for letting me speak first, because I think we can clear this up and we can move forward, because a leader don't sit back and let other people do his job for him. Let's clear something up. I'll apologize you person to person. I'm the private citizen that you called. First of all, you did text me on the last Saturday night at 10:47 at night, and you're exact, I have it. It says, is God's Rock Stars a 501c3? Not this Saturday, before July 4th. And I said, yes. I waited 20 minutes with no response. Then I put a question mark, no conversation. I waited all week wondering why a council member personally messages me on Messenger for a whole week. And it did have me worked up. I'm like, what in the world?
Address
What?
everybody, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am addressing everybody.
Okay.
Public deserves to know this.
You're fine.
And then all week long, I was worked up. And then on Saturday morning, I'm watching my daughter 5 hours away in Culpeper, Virginia, playing a state tournament. I get a text message. I don't have her number saved. I said, who is this? It said, give me a call. I'll show you that too. It says, give me a call. I said, who is this? Laura Malo. I'd waited all week, didn't know what that was, so I figured I'd get a call. Immediately starts reading the email. What you don't understand about having a peaceful conversation and having one, I suffer from PTSD and I am bipolar. And when I have worried all week over something, then you come at me with a single email immediately negative. Yes, ma'am, it triggers me. I can't help that. That's why I'm a positive person, because I've been taught through doctors to be as positive as I can in life. You triggered me, is what you don't understand. Yes, I did get hateful with you. Yes, I did say that you nitpicked this town to death. I did tell you that. I'll tell the public that. I did tell you I would pull my funds. I did tell you that. You also said in the conversation that the rec park needs to be over this, not me. You also said that you had paid overtime over there. And I corrected you on that. I said, no, we do. Then I corrected you to say that we've only moved 2 poles, which I appreciate, but only work by the town been done is 2 poles to be reset. Nothing against town workers. I love them. Gave them a shout out. So I did clarify that, and I was upset and I was triggered. So I would respect y'all not to speak on this tonight. Let's let this lie right here, right now. I apologize to you face to face. But you triggered me because as a town council member, you don't have the right to go behind their backs, his back, and the mayor's, and contact a personal citizen on a Saturday, 2 Saturdays in a row. That is unprofessional. That is not a leader. You cannot do that. You don't have that authority. I'm a superintendent of coal mines. If a kid cuts his buggy cable and he goes home before I get to talk to him, I cannot call him personally and chew him out. I have to wait till the next day when he's on my property.
Rocky.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you,
Please
Rocky.
let this die.
Mayor Curry, Mayor Curry, I am going to address a couple things here.
Okay.
The second part, the reason that I asked you about the 5013C was because the second part of my conversation was going to ask you if you wanted to partner with me to bring the, because you hung up on me. Hold on, Mr. Hill, I didn't interrupt you.
No.
Rocky, Rocky. Rocky, Rocky.
Excuse me.
Oh, absolutely, I asked you this, but because I planned on having a phone call with you, and I wanted, Mayor Curry,
We can't have, I respect everybody, but I think this is a conversation that's going to have to be settled in another arena. We can't have this in our Richlands Town Council meeting. I respect you highly. We can't do it in a public meeting. It's not the way that it should be run, and I cannot have it. Thank you. Thank you for respectfully, everyone. It is not my wish to stand up and have to call a meeting down, but it is my command as the mayor of this town, to have order in this meeting. And I do want you to know, I have the greatest respect for you, Laura, you, Rocky, and everyone in here. But we must be acting in a civil manner. And so I will move on to the next speaker. Thank you. Okay, Dana Moats. Dana, do you want to speak? Is Dana here?
She stepped out.
Is she out there, guys? Dana Moats? Okay, we'll go on. Joella Farmer. Joella, you don't want to speak? Okay. Please make note that Joella just chose not to speak. Gavin Coleman. Gavin? Is Gavin Coleman here? Gavin Coleman, last call. Okay. Please make note that he is not available. Damon Ball. Damon, please come up. Oh, did he? Okay. Thank you. Well, you're fine. Damon, you just come over here and speak in the microphone and give us your name for the record. Thank you.
My name's Damon Ball. I live at 628 Pounding Mill. We're outside of the town, but when I first heard that me and my wife, that they were working in the Lake Park area to put an autistic equipment in, my son weighs about 230 pounds, and he's 6'1". He gets his height from me, Doug, so. Anyway, we were really excited, and we are still excited. I'm glad for the clarification on what you call it. I didn't know if it's supposed to be recreational or the playground. But what I would call it is a special place. It's a special place for the needy. This is going to help elderly people, big swings and safety. It's my understanding, and I was just so excited about that. Autistic children, all children. I don't think they're going to put a sign out and say, you can't come. I think they want to include everybody, and I appreciate that. I just want to say I support what's going on over there. God's rock stars, I support Rocky Hill 100% as far as what his leadership's been to get this thing kind of going and rolling. And I would just encourage everybody maybe to take a step back and just really think about the benefit to this in this special place for our children, our elderly, and again, autistic children. And I appreciate what the town's done, what the rock stars have done, and what others have done to bring it to fruition. And I'm excited about it. Still yet, I'm excited. I love Rocky Hill. He's one of my favorite. I'm supporting him. I can't help it. But he's done so much good work. So let's just step back and take a look at it, and I'm sure everything will work out just fine. With a mayor like this, it should just take right off. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Damon. Regina Roberts. Regina. Hi, Regina. Would you just state your name for the record, please?
I'm Regina Roberts, and for you all that don't know me, I've been here a lot of times. I am chair of the trustee board for Tazewell County Public Library, and I am the president chair for the Tazewell County Public Library Foundation Board of Directors. So I'm here to speak tonight with a little update for the library. And I apologize that I'm in farm clothes and work clothes because I thought this was going to be a calm, ordinary meeting. I didn't realize it was a public and WVVA would be here. So my husband's out of town and he would not like that I'm here in farm clothes, so please forgive me. I've been working and I have turkeys in my truck and I just came. So I'm very excited. I love this town. This has been my town all of my life. I'm over 50 years old and, you know, I love Richlands. It's great. With all of its ups and downs, I'm in for the long haul. Moved away to the other side of Virginia for a little bit, but I asked to come home because I love you all and I love this place. So the library is exciting. It has been in much need of repair. Phase 1 is nearing an end. We have the windows on, not the front, but the street side. Those are in. And the windows are stored down in the basement, so they are gradually putting those in. And doing repairs as they need to. If they take a window out and they find anything rotted or anything that needs extra work, they are doing that. I am glad to say that Mr. Vyers said that there is very little rot under the window sills. So that's a good thing for you all and for us on the foundation board as well. On the back side, you will notice that you could see cinder block, and that's where some wood had been rotted. And as he has took that off, he has been putting plywood board back there before they actually put the siding to decrease the rot because of the sweating, the heat, and the water and those type things. So that is going back in place, and it's looking wonderful. And so we're excited about that. And Mr. Huber, who is doing our repairs, he sent me a message yesterday, and that's actually why that I didn't get put on as a scheduled speaker, because that it was exciting, and I wanted to get a update to you right away. And actually, James has just texted me because I asked him how many windows we lacked. So I'll read what he said. I'm not sure. Hey, Regina, I got slowed down a little bit with losing some help and having to finish up a smaller project. I'm hoping to finish the windows first of next week. So I see my time's up. First of next week, they hope to have the windows in. And Mr. Huber is putting, if I can ask for about 30 seconds, he is putting together Phase 2 packet that is hopefully to go out to bid by the end of the month. And we are going to get the elevator that goes all the way to the attic.
Great,
So they'll
thank
extend that just a little bit, and it won't make much difference on the roof.
Thank you,
So
Regina.
that's exciting. Thank
Thank
you
you.
all very much.
When does the party?
The party? I don't know. We've had a couple, but
Well, be sure to let us know. I want to come.
Ginger's working on a hats off party
I got you.
for the Emma Yates side of it at the
Yes.
Crab Orchard, so everybody's welcome to join that.
Thank you, Regina.
Thank you all very much.
Okay.
I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Okay, very much appreciated. Connie Martin-Eastep. Connie. Nice to see you, Connie.
Yes, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. What I'm bringing before you today is actually an issue that I brought back in May of '21, and I thought it was resolved in June of '21. However, it has reemerged. And I did have a lot to say, but I've had some communication with the Mr. Bill Shelton and the new town manager, so what I'm going to say is brief, or briefer. Because I believe they're doing the best to get all the information together to resolve the issue. Just a quick history for the folks who's not here. A mobile home was set behind my property at 922 East 4th Street on the Eagles Trailer Park. And my contention is that that violates code and that it does not meet the 10-foot guideline. For me, on my adjoining neighbor, it's on her, and on the third property, it does not meet the 10-foot guideline. So, I did in March of '21, I was told to get a new survey that was less than 2 years old, which I did. And I took to Ethan, and then in May of '21, I came before you guys. And what I was told is that that town manager at that time would get back to me after review, and he did so on June 1st. He told me that it should not be there, and there would be no electricity or utilities hooked to that. So, it's sat there for 2 years with no electricity, and now it's come back to light. In April of this year, your interim town manager, Holt, come to visit me in my backyard with my 2-year-old grandson, and he also had Ethan with him. And his first words to me was, "What can we do so this man can make money?" Meaning the trailer and the park owner. And that just really burnt me up because he's encroaching on a 90-year-old woman with limited refunds. She's sickly and she's homebound. Plus, he's violating the 10-foot guideline. His suggestion was for the park owner to put up a higher privacy fence so that I couldn't see the trailer. But what does that do for the encroachment on the other person's land? I'm just going to skip this part. So,
Connie, you're fine, just to give you a little heads up, you don't have a lot left. Go ahead.
okay. Anyway, his suggestion was to put the fence up. He also said that even though we discussed the encroachment, it just kind of blew over his head. On this Saturday, they were back there. They put in 5 fence posts, concreted posts, higher than my fence, but it only had, so much fence back there. But anyway, part of the fence is on my neighbor. He covered up my pen from my surveyor with concrete. So I've learned that Mr. Holt approved the permit for the electricity and the utilities to be cut on. My request of you guys is to review it and at least put a hold on it until these 2 guys that I've mentioned has got all the resources they need to make a decision.
With council's approval, and yours too, I would direct this issue to our current interim manager, who could interact with the proper employees and also consult with our attorney to make sure that we're doing the proper thing to make sure everyone is receiving the proper protection under the law.
My only point at that is if the permit has been approved and they hook up those utilities, that's going to be a hellacious thing to get resolved at that point. So can it not just be put on hold until they research it?
I will ask them to make haste so that something doesn't happen, that will go in a terrible manner. Does that seem okay? That's all I can do right now.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I want to ask them to make haste, post haste, with great speed. I would ask you to work on this tomorrow.
Oh, I can't see why.
Do you follow what I'm saying?
It's the town electricity, right?
All utilities.
Okay, all the utilities. Looks like the town would make sure that there's not an encroachment before you hook the electricity up. I would advise that. Is that not right, Mr. Attorney?
And just so everybody knows, this is the first time I've been approached about this, but however, I don't know if there's been a permit issued. It sounds like she's saying there is a permit issued. So I would ask for at least me to be able to review that before I render a decision on that.
Well, all I would ask is before the electricity is hooked up, could you do your review? That might slow it down, a week? As a council member.
I don't know how long it takes to hook the electricity up. I'm sure it takes some time, but I don't know if there's already been a request to the town to do that. I honestly have no clue on that.
Connie, I have this thought too, that will, I think, help resolve it in a better fashion. First, thank you for coming to the council. And I appreciate it, and I'm sure everyone here does. I would suggest that if you could work with interim manager Monday, Clarence Monday, and make an appointment tomorrow.
Well, we've been
Are you available
communicating,
tomorrow?
sir. We've been communicating.
Okay. Do you need to talk to him again, maybe to reinforce the urgency of what you're asking?
I think he's aware.
Okay.
I think that's out of his hands. I think that you guys have got to make a decision.
Is that accurate? Would that be on,
I'm not sure. That's what I'm asking too. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I was briefed on the matter this afternoon. I spoke with this young lady this afternoon and got some information. And my next order of business was to consult with a town attorney because it is a legal matter at this point. And, frankly, between the time we spoke and the meeting this evening, we haven't had a chance to do that. That is of utmost importance for us to be able to do that. Hopefully, Mr. Thomas and I will be able to confer very shortly tomorrow morning about that. If any stop work order needs to be authorized, we'll certainly do that. But I will rely a lot on what Mr. Thomas has to give us for legal advice in the matter. It is very complex, of course, and we're trying to get all the information that we need so he can analyze and give us some legal advice.
You know, my confusion is at one point a town manager said, no, it shouldn't be there. Nothing changed for 2 years. It sat there empty. And then Holt agreed for it to be connected. I can't understand that.
Those are difficult things, Connie, and I don't disagree. Different managers have different approaches, and I've been here long enough to say that and see that, and I think I know your family, and you would understand that, but I'm so sorry for this problem and that you're having to deal with it. And what I'm hearing is if there's a stop work order needed, they will issue that in the morning so that it isn't done without proper authority and being within the bounds of the law. And I appreciate what you're saying.
Could I ask one question? When you told Mr. Holt that, what was his reaction to it not being being too close to the line and being, nobody asked for a variance or anything that I'm aware of.
Nothing's changed. His response was that he has enough property on down, but Nathan did agree that the fence was set back, meaning the property should go forward. The fence is not on the property line. I think that Nathan also agreed, or he at least recommended, that Holt not authorize it. So I guess I'll wait to hear from you in the morning.
And I
or
would
sometime
suggest one more
tomorrow.
thing, if I may interject. Sometimes, in my own experience, and I'm sure everyone here, we hear these things, but until you see it, you don't really know it. So I'm sure they will visit this site.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connie. What a pleasure. Okay. Ms. Smith, you're up.
I'm sorry that the TV left. Of course, my children would have killed me if I was. I didn't really know if I was going to speak tonight or not, but 2 people verified I should. Mayor Curry and Ginger Branton. Mayor was in front of the circle, and Ginger brought up we are the center of a friendly circle. I love that about Richlands. I wished everybody did appreciate that so much. I read a question in my devotion the other day, and it really hit me hard, and I thought, I need to share this question with people. I have to first say I believe in Bible prophecy, and I do believe the Lord is going to come back. I don't know when, but the Bible says to be prepared. Well, I'm a woman. If I'm going to get prepared for something, I want to get all dressed up and get ready for it. I've shopped at Curry's many times to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, the question was, if the Lord did return today, what clothes would you have on? Is your clothes going to be some kind of self-serving, prideful outfit that you strut around, being derisive and spiteful in, acting ungodly? Or is your clothes going to suit what you want to walk in? The love of Jesus, being godly in your conduct. You know, we don't have any righteousness of our own. I know that. But we have Jesus Christ. And I just love it when people act like Jesus. And I'm sorry that there was personalities that had to, speak out, and I think they're already gone. But anyway, we stays here to hear it. We all got problems, but we don't make excuses for them.
Miss Smith, you're okay, but you're close to your time.
Okay. That's about all I wanted to say. Just try to, if you're living in Richlands, you do have to pay the taxes and you do have to support your people. And Miss Marlowe, I've loved everything you've ever done. And Jan, I've known you for a long time. And Doug, other people have been new to the council, but you do a great job.
Thank
You
you.
do a hard job. And you have my support.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Wanda Lowe. Wanda?
She is my best friend, and I love her. I wasn't going to say anything, but I agree with everything she said. She's a peacemaker. Blessed are the peacemakers. So what I want to say is one good thing has come out of this, Laura, not for you especially, but to quit picking on you, Doug. And so they went to Laura. So that gives you a break. But anyway, I think I get most of my news from Facebook, as I have stated before, and I was so ashamed of everybody. And I just wish that there's a thing called control, that when you hear something, check the facts before you start running your mouth, because we say things that we wished we had not said, and we didn't know any better. We thought we were hearing exactly the way it went, but there's always two stories. There's a right way, a wrong way, and then somebody's way. And so it's just so important for us to have self-control. That's all I will say about that. Thank you.
Wanda. Thank you, Wanda, very much. Okay, Morgan?
Mayor?
Yes.
Can you give the last two ladies' names and addresses, please?
Okay,
Marguerite Smith, 524 Sycamore Lane, Richlands.
and Wanda Lowe.
292 Plantation.
Thank you. Thanks, Susan. Morgan, it's your turn. You get your 3 minutes.
Hey, Morgan Herb, 1618 6th Street. So, I'm back. What's up? Haven't seen you in like 3 months. After this whole thing, let me start off by saying this whole issue with the park is a concern. And, as a person with disabilities and born in with it, we didn't have this when growing up, or people coming in and doing things. But the concern I have is that one person make this comment, and it all just came out of here. So my thing is that I don't believe this government cares about disabled folks. Never have.
never will. That's the times. And by the events that have occurred over the weekend, I believe that this matter should be resolved in state court, which I have filed with the ACLU. So, there's that. Said my piece. Let y'all know. Have a good night.
Morgan, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so we are, before we go forward, I want to speak on a real statement. If you have an opportunity, go to TED Talks and listen to Judy Human, Humen. She just died, Judith Human. She will enlighten you terrifically on different learning styles. Thank you. I would like to call for a 10-minute recess, please. Then we'll go to attorney comments. Thank you. Can you do it next time? Well, what do you want to talk about? Well, I ask.
I'm gonna bring it up, but if he's here, I mean,
Do, This meeting of the Richlands Town Council is back in session. We're on Roman numeral 8. And attorney comments. Mike?
Last month, I was asked to look into, not to bring up old wounds, but I was asked to look into the noise ordinance as well as street closures. I've looked online, and one that really caught my eye, of course, is Blacksburg. So I looked into that one. I've got what they actually have. I can look into seeing if we should update our current ordinance and have a draft for you all next month, if that's something you all would want me to do. I don't know if that's something, an ongoing issue that you all want to look into, or if maybe that's died down over the last month. I don't know, but.
It's an ordinance you have looked at in Blacksburg, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I've got a copy of it here, and I don't mind to send that to you all. It's online anyways, but I'll send you a copy of it. And I can almost mirror this if you want to do that, but of course, it's got to be council's decision if you want me to draft an ordinance to.
Send us a copy of it, let's review it first.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we can review it, and then we can take it up. I'm suggesting this at the August meeting if we want you to pursue that. Is that acceptable to the council?
I think that's fair.
Okay, I'm assuming everybody's in agreement. Okay? Okay, Mike?
As far as ongoing, that's what I had to present today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, town manager report. Mr. Bundy?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I have 2 items to discuss with you this evening. Under item A for the town manager report, we have the quantum power agreement. And Mr. Mayor, I was talking to Mr. Thomas about this earlier, and what I would prefer to do would be talk to the entire council in closed session first about that. You already have on your closed session agenda items B and C, which will be consultation with legal counsel and also contract negotiation, and maybe we start there.
Okay.
And then if the council decides to take action on that, when you return to open session, you could either vote that up or vote it down at that time if you wish to pursue it.
Okay.
So that would be my preferred route, to do it that way. Then that way you can discuss what you need to know in order to make an informed decision.
Is that acceptable to the council? Okay.
We're going to do that tonight, right?
Tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
And last but not least, item B, what I have to discuss with you here is I have an engagement letter from the firm HBC. They're certified public accountants, and most of you already know this as well, and I'll just jog your memory a little bit. This is the firm that has been assisting the town in the past with year-end accounting services to help close out the journal entries and to look at the asset management and capitalization and that kind of thing. So I do have this engagement letter in front of me here, and before I ink that on behalf of the town, I want to make sure I had your authority to do that. And this is something that's very typically done in towns that doesn't have a very large staff to help with those year-end adjusting entries. And this firm has given the town its maximum rates depending on if they send a partner to work, an associate, or a junior member. So what we do is we control the cost on what we can control, and that is on the rate by having this in the form of an engagement letter. And then the staff would filter the work that we ask them to do so that we keep the expenses at a minimal. And what this would do is, this is not to replace the work of our finance team. And sitting to my right, I have Mr. Ronnie Campbell here with us, who is our new finance director. We do welcome him to Richlands, and I know he'll be a vital part of the town team here. But again, it's not to supplant the work that the finance director would do, but it would assist in those year-end entries and so forth that I mentioned. And you have done this in the past. And in order for that to continue, I would just ask the council to authorize the town manager to execute the engagement letter, if that be your desire.
Welcome, Mr. Campbell. We're very glad to have you. So to be clear in my mind, we have used this company before for year-end.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
So it's not our regular auditor, which is Boston Cover CPA, Boston Tucker, and this is for use for year-end. Okay. I want to make sure I have it in my mind.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I should have made that a little clear. It's not customary for the firm that's doing our audit to do the adjusted entries as well, because who's going to be checking behind them? So it'd be separation of duties, and that would be the case.
Sort of the fox in the hen house.
That's correct.
I got you. Thank
So
you.
do we need a motion?
We do.
Yes, sir.
I'll make that motion.
Rick makes the motion to authorize the town manager to employ the services of Hickok, Brown and Company. Is there a second?
Second.
Laura makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Monday?
No, sir.
Okay, so next, council member reports. Laura?
I do have a few things, and first, I am always the one bringing up misinformation. But earlier it was stated about chain of command. Just to clarify for citizens, anyone sitting up here is free to speak to any citizen at any time. We all do it. On a bright note, the Freedom Festival was a humongous success, probably the largest festival we've had, especially in the past few years. Everybody was out, had a great time. I know I am going to miss some people in this thank you, so if I do, I am so sorry. First and foremost, Karen Deal, who headed everything up in the events committee, and she was incredible, could not have went off without her. We had all of the businesses that decorated windows. Jan is going to kill me, but Jan was right there with Karen. These ribbons that you guys see hanging on the poles, Jan put them there. I kept telling her, tell me when you go and I'll help you. And next thing I know, they're just all up and had nothing to do with it. All of the sponsors that we had for the fireworks, everything that we had free. I mean, you could not get to the face painting, the bull riding, the wax hands. It was just packed all day. Everybody had a great, great time. The Tazewell County Board of Supervisors, specifically Andy Ravotic, Shanna Plaster, championed for us to get those donations from the Board of Supervisors with the fireworks. We had Logan Plaster help with face painting. Senator Hackworth and his wife and his family made a donation. We had so many people who made contributions and donations who asked not to be recognized, and it was just really incredible. Also, we had the carnival come, and again, was really awesome. They only stayed a couple days because it was a very kind of last-minute sort of thing. Next year, we hope to have them bigger and in conjunction maybe with the Freedom Festival, and see how that goes. Also, we have something in our packet that has been a huge question with citizens with the code enforcement. I see properties being cleaned up all over town, and most people are doing it on their own. We're not having to step in too awful much, but I just want to point this out for people. It does take, there's so much to get done, so it is taking some time, but Captain Krause at the police department is incredible, and his code enforcement update is that as of 6/28, there have been 53 investigations. Most of these are high grass. The investigations are the results of complaints and officer-initiated cases. Out of the 53 cases, 31 have complied. So the police department are actively checking these things, the high grass, the dilapidated homes, and everything like that. And I think it's incredible. They're doing great work. And that's it.
Thank you, Laura. I was just looking over this list. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Jan.
I'd just like to reiterate what Laura said about the festival. We thank everybody for that gave sponsorships and worked, It was incredible for having not had it for about 4 years, and we appreciate that. And the other question I had, people have been asking me, when are you going to do the paving? So George answered that tonight. And one other thing, the crew that's mowing, are they picking up the trash and the papers and all that before they mow? Because some places it looks like they've mowed over the trash. I had specifically on Veterans Drive. So if you could mention that to them, whoever talks with them, that they'd pick up the trash first, we'd appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jan. Jordan?
All right, so I've got a little bit of a list, mostly shout-outs. The Little League tournament is July 13th through July 18th. Come out, watch some ball. It's going to be awesome. Wanted to give a huge shout-out to Rocky, Freddie, and their whole team and what they're doing down at Lake Park. It's looking amazing. It's nice. They're making a difference in people's family or in the youth in the local community. Rock the Clinch is coming up end of this month, July 29th, I think. Come out and have some fun. I also wanted to say thank you to the town workers who have been assisting with getting our beautiful town ready for all of our visitors. I know it hasn't been easy going from Freedom Festival to Carnival to this, or to Little League Tournament to the Rock the Clinch at the end of the month. You all doing awesome. Our town looks amazing. The Carnival was really fun. It rained while I was there, but everybody still had a blast. Everybody had a smile on their face. I want to give a huge shout out to the nonprofit Stream Sweepers for coming down and helping clean up the Clinch River. It looked amazing. I wish I would have got to talk to you, but it seemed by your Facebook post, it was awesome. I heard Cart and the library are working towards their story walk, as Ginger touched on earlier. I am super excited for that. If you need help from me or the Rec Commission, please don't hesitate to reach out. I only have one complaint this time in reference to trash pickup. I've had numerous complaints over trash not being picked up when scheduled, as well as large items sitting for weeks. The primary concerns, and this didn't even cross my mind, were bear coming down to the trash if it's left out for multiple days, and then rodents and some of the larger items such as mattresses and etc. I realize we're still going to the landfill ourselves and the trucks aren't in the best shape. I apologize to the citizens, but we're doing the best we can and we are looking to improve. So if anybody has any ideas, we're more than open, something to think about. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Jordan. Rick?
Okay, this weekend is the state championship Little League thing. We've got plenty of people that's going to be in town. We had a lot of people with the carnival. I went all 3 nights and enjoyed it myself. So, and I didn't eat no food there because I'm on this diet. But anyway, with this being said,
Please make note of that in the minutes. Go ahead.
With this being said, the rec park, we're going to have all of these kids in. Is it any way we could give, like if they wore their baseball cap to the rec park, they could swim for free? Anything like that? Can we do something like that?
Talking about the visiting
Yeah,
teams.
yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
We've got to give them something to do while they're in town.
I agree. I think that's a great idea, especially it's not just them traveling. You have to think about brothers and sisters who get tagged along with the older.
Is that something we've got to make a motion
It
for?
would require a motion.
Well, can I make the motion now?
Sure.
To do?
And I'll second.
Because
make the
if you will
motion for-
notice, under council member reports, we used to have non-voting items that has been removed.
Thank you, Rod, for
I like
removing
that.
that. So I'd like to make the motion that if they wear their ball cap or they're with a team visiting here, that they can use the rec park pool or whatever they need for free.
For the kids, or
Yeah, for the kids
Okay.
that day.
Yep. Okay.
Just that kid.
One day.
So they're going to be here. It goes.
Thursday,
People
Friday,
be in
and
town.
Saturday.
It starts Thursday, but that's going to start in Bowenfield and Bluefield. Friday, there's games playing all day. Saturday, all day. Sunday, all day. And then by Monday and Tuesday, it's going to be 1 or 2 games because those are the champions. So the bracket is dwindling for 5
So
days.
do we need to do it Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
I don't think Thursday will be beneficial. They won't be in town.
Or
Friday,
Friday, Saturday,
Saturday,
and
Sunday.
Sunday? Okay.
I think that's fair.
I'll amend my motion to that.
Yep. And I'll second that.
To have free swimming for out-of-town guests.
Use the rec park, the use of the rec park for the players that are coming to play.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to think how we keep up with that, but it's free to everybody. Because it's going to be really difficult to say Richlands kids coming, and
No.
they're charged.
No.
I'm lost here.
That ain't how this works.
Okay.
If they wear their team hat to the rec park, they get in free.
Okay.
If their sister comes or their brother comes, they have to pay if they're not one of the players.
Yeah.
We're giving the players that's coming a free visit to our rec park.
And no, we objected. I'm thinking how sneaky I could be. I'll just give it to my sisters and you put it on. But I don't want to go there. Okay, we'll let
Yeah.
somebody else worry about that. So I don't know how to handle that. What is your motion, Rick, to allow free entrance for?
How do
kids?
y'all feel?
You would have to let
Free?
Richlands hats too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think
So
that's
just
fair.
do free swimming Friday and Saturday.
The hat.
In honor of
wear a ball
our,
cap.
in honor of our visitors.
We're gonna do free swimming.
You want to do Friday and Saturday?
I'm
for
gonna
everybody?
rescind my motion.
Okay.
I'm gonna change
Whatever
it.
you said about the days.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, free swimming at the rec park.
I would suggest you get some extra help on the pool.
Well, it's capped. Like, once X people go in there, you can't. Because,
Okay.
like, the pool's only X size, and there's, like, regulation with lifeguards and stuff. So I don't know that number. I think it's 200. I don't know that number. So that's just something to consider. But it's not going to be packed at any time, I don't believe.
I'm just trying to clarify because the cap's going to, I think it's fine, just free, period.
Yeah, we're just giving you a hard time.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to give free swimming on,
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but I don't know the dates.
okay. We'll clarify that.
Yeah.
14th, 15th, and 16th.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I will second.
Jordan seconds. Any discussion?
I just want to say I think it's a great idea. Little League asked, just in case anybody needs to know, asked for businesses to decorate windows to welcome people. And I've already seen pictures of businesses decorating. This is a
Good.
good idea, Rick.
Good.
Well, we get a chance once in a lifetime to get people in here. We've got to make them want to come back.
I agree.
Okay, and,
There's a motion on the floor. You want to take care of that one?
yeah, let's do that.
All right, there's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion? There being no discussion, roll call vote, please, Amanda.
Okay, Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, council. Okay?
Okay, the next thing is for parking that day, I talked to Senator Hackworth about using the King Kong parking lot. The only day we can't use it Saturday because he's having a car show. So I think we need to talk to Ford County Transit?
Yep.
And see if they would run a bus for us that day.
I think that'd be super appreciative. I don't know the
Because
logistics of
All
it.
these people's gonna be in here. And
That would be Brian Beck. He's not here. That's Appalachian Agency. What?
For, because I know we did with Freedom Festival, they charged us so much for that.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to talk to, Fort County Transit is Appalachian Agency.
Well, I want to make a motion that Mr. Mooney contacts Brian Beck and see if they can help us with that. I don't know if we have to pay, I don't know how to make the motion to tell him to go ahead and pay for it.
We should also, can you touch base with Ramey as well? Because I think they are doing that. I could be wrong there, but I think Ramey is shuttling people from like down that area too. But we need more space, absolutely. Parking is one of the biggest logistical problems we're gonna have there in this tournament. So I don't know if they can just swing by there or what. Worth asking.
Clarence, do you understand what they're asking?
I was just going to ask for clarification. So the request for those two entities, the Area Agency on Aging and I think the other one's what, Ramey?
Ramey's Richlands.
Okay,
Or dealership.
gotcha. And tell me again, the specific request that you have is for them to run a free shuttle service during the tournament? Is that what the
I
ask
would
is?
ask for free. You may not get it, but I would ask for free. Start
And-
with free.
And then what if they say it's $1 million or whatever the number is?
No.
What do we do then?
Tell them it's for the kids.
Because we partner with them, right?
I think it's a quarter. Yes.
Well, they're community partners, absolutely.
So if there is a charge, what's the next course? Because I know you won't convene again before then, so just want to
You
make
won't
sure
have
we have
time.
the authority.
Do we
with-
allow you
It's
to
also
use
2
your
days
judgment?
away.
I would say use your best judgment. I think you're wise in
Use judgment.
what that would look like financially. And I mean, unless you come back and say it was like $2,500 a day or something.
If you're uneasy about it, maybe you could poll us via
Oh,
email.
yeah.
Would that be,
That's good.
is that feasible? Or is that?
Yes, it would be, just, make sure you don't respond in a group block or anything, to constitute a meeting, do it individually.
Or you could send individual emails, quick, copy and paste, whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir.
And
Okay.
if it's reasonable, I mean, unless it's like thousands a day or something, I mean, if it's reasonable, I trust your judgment. I think we'd be fine with you.
It's gonna be.
And
I do
you can
too.
glean his email
The only
address from
thing-
what I gave you.
Okay.
The only
All
thing
right.
we'll run into is they might not have a quarter. Like, I'm not exaggerating. I think it's going to be a quarter. But the patrons might not have cash on them or a coin. That would be the only hesitation.
I'm asking.
Actually, it's free right
I think it is free right
It's
now.
free.
When they did it for the festival, we had to pay like the driver, it wasn't bad.
So $500 or
And we didn't
$600.
charge the people riding.
Okay.
So $500 or $600, Jane, you're thinking?
Oh, yeah, it will be that, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, just use
Understood.
yours.
Understood, we'll get on it
Do you
tomorrow
want that in a
morning.
motion?
Since it could require the expenditure of funds, and we'll communicate with you what our findings are, but it would be good. It would make us
I'd
feel
make a
better if you
to
put it in the
authorize
motion.
him to do this.
I'm gonna make a motion that let Mr. Mundy handle this,
Transportation.
and, use his best judgment for whatever he finds, and he will communicate with us, I know, so I trust him, so I'm putting that in the motion.
Thank you. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
Rick makes the motion to authorize Mr. Mundy to inquire about transportation for our guests here in the town and to the fields, and it is seconded by Jordan. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Okay, Rick, anything?
One other thing.
Yes.
A lot of people told me about streetlights being out, but I think they just get hot and they kick off. But can we have somebody check that? The streetlights in town at night?
Yes, sir. Does the police department help with that, or
They do.
sometimes that's the protocol in localities,
It's
but,
police combination electric.
okay. Anybody that's out and can observe those and
Yes.
then make a
And-
concerted effort to replace them? if
Yeah,
they
I
can.
mean, I haven't talked to
You
nobody.
mean
but-
not functioning, Rick?
Well,
Just out?
they say they're out, but then I'll drive by there, then the light's on. So it may just be getting hot kicking out.
I don't really know.
And one thing, Mr. Mayor, that's always helpful to the staff, any addresses that you know about that's maybe complained or mentioned that a street light is potentially out, if you'll let us know, and we can make sure we get that one on the list in case we miss that in our patrol.
It's a combination of the police and the electric, because the electric people, Alan and others, are actually the ones to fix them. Okay. Okay, we good with, what else, Rick?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Gary?
Don't have much, but I do have an update. Sarah Price, town employee, sent me an email today, and I will send it to all council members on the Iron Street property. Basically, it's my understanding the soil has been removed. They're in a verbal agreement now. Who was that? Train Technologies, former Ingersoll Rand, has got a verbal agreement with VDEQ with the completion and ready to start drafting a letter, get it out. I guess Michael will have to get involved with that. I'll send you a copy of it also. And there will be some restrictions on the property. Just the only two I seen that they put in the message was no residential, no wells. So there'll have to be a covenant put on that, I guess ordinance or something.
If I remember correctly, this is something that's been going on for quite some time.
Yes.
And I believe that was something that right as soon as our firm got involved, we were in talks with Iron Street and VDQ and that kind of those organizations. So I think I've got some background on that. I should have a file there at the office. So if they want to include me on those emails, then good to go.
Yeah, I'm sure, because there'll have to be an ordinance, a draft writ on for the land, with covenant restrictions.
It should just be in the
Deed
deed.
restrictions, yeah, either or. So, but that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Okay, I would suggest that you give that email to Clarence, and he could share it with the council. Does that sound like the better way to go?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Gary. All right, Doug?
Yeah, I just have one thing. I'll make a motion. I don't think the PCA's been triggered for the last month or two, but I just want to make sure that, make a motion for the next 3 months that we push power cost adjustment to zero as far as the electricity rates. And I don't think it's been triggered anyway, but this is just a safeguard. So I'll make that motion that we can't do away with it. We just push it to zero for 1 quarter, the PCA, power cost adjustment.
I think it's at 0 as well. Like I think.
I'll second. It is at 0, but.
It is.
Yeah.
I second it, Laura.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
there's a motion by Doug and a second by Rick to bring the power cost adjustment to 0
For a quarter.
for 3 months.
Yeah.
From July, August, September, okay, through September. Is that right, Doug? That's a
August,
quarter.
September, October.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I need that other month.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, July's already passed.
okay. 3 months. Okay. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, there being no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Okay, Doug, anything else?
That's all.
Okay, mayor's comments. First, I just want to say thanks to the events committee for all that they did, and I'll keep it open so I don't miss anybody, to put on the Freedom Festival. And I was rummaging through my home today, trying to get rid of stuff, and I actually found this, just as a matter of interest. I have so many things I need to move on, multiple copies, but this is a 2013 Freedom Festival right here. And so it's something that is back, and I think is very successful. And everyone I've talked to, not just here in the council, says they had a great time. And also the carnival was a big success. And recently, on that night of the carnival, I had dinner with former students. They invited me. They graduated, and we ate at Roma. And that's where they wanted to go. And I said, aren't you going to stay and get dessert? No, we're going to the carnival. Now, that just doesn't work for me. Cheesecake versus the carnival. But anyway, they did go. And I'm happy for them, happy for the town. These things are things that I remember, and we all do, what it was like to go to the carnival. It's very different now. Our world is different, but it's still fun. It has a place in American culture. And I look at the Cruy boys, and both of them love history, and they know the history of the Ferris wheel, don't you? Chicago. Thank you. All right, so my point is, these are things that we're holding on to. I call it Americana, and I like it. The Freedom Festival was a lot of fun. That night at the section house, we were there, We didn't have a lot of people. Most people over there, the bulk of the people over where it was really happening, but we did have about 50 people there, and they were on the patio, and then they moved to the front yard. And down on the corner of the lot, the front corner, you could see the fireworks just beautifully. We sat in chairs, and it's really cool. And we have whirligigs, and people loved them. I don't know how to explain it to you. All my toys, I don't want to bring them anymore until it gets exciting, but they were fun, and we had a blast. But that was something else that was going on in Richlands. I'm really happy to see this storybook thing. That's cool. I wish they had included the section house of Ginger. I want to get one more point in. Okay, it's okay. So many things we do there that we don't talk about. We're sort of quiet people. That is okay. And we have the State Little League tournament coming up, and we've talked about it. We've made motions to help people have a good time in our town, and I think that is so important. And thank you for all the generosity, council, to our guest. And several years ago, we had the state tournament here, and we had sponsoring people, or host is what they called it, and I was a host, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Unfortunately, I won't be here because I'll be on vacation, but I will miss it. All these good things are what makes Richlands happen and happy. And regarding the Lake Park recreational area, I emphasize how it got its name. It would never have been Lake Park except the town built a lake down there. And you go down there to Lake Park, that's it. And so the name, arose, but any other name is just as sweet. So while I'm thinking in these veins, I really am here to tell you, I really believe in this town, and I believe in its progress, and we're a small town, but it doesn't mean we have to think small. We can think in loving terms and be big. And I believe it with all my heart. Doesn't always happen, but I believe in it. We all do. There's no doubt in my mind. Everybody sitting up here believes in these things. So many things that are happening in the community, not just in Richlands. Lots of things going on at the museum, and while we don't think that's Richlands, it's part of the Castle County. We're a part of it. I could go on. So I want to mention one thing. On July 4th, I was at my house with my dogs, and I was sitting in my den, and Rick and I are neighbors. He lives on Floyd, and I live, is that right, Floyd? And I live on Tazewell Avenue. And I'll tell you, I got the best show of fireworks in town. If I look out my front window, which would be your back door, wherever those fireworks coming from, whoever did it, they were fantastic. Were they breaking the law? Don't tell. They were super. They were big.
Well, the law is 4th of July in Virginia, you can shoot fireworks.
Where were they coming from?
They was my neighbors across the street.
Well, I want to say thank you. We don't want to get anybody in trouble, but the truth is the truth, and the truth will stand when the world burns. Speaking of burning, and I am telling you, it was fantastic. Now, it doesn't hold a light to what we paid for, but to sit there and get a freebie, I'll take it. Say thank you. That concludes my remarks. Thank you. So next we are on executive closed session. Personnel pursuant to Virginia Code. All right, so we need to have a motion to go into executive session for Virginia Code sections, for personnel pursuant to Code Section 2.2-3711A1. Another, we'll take all this in one if that's okay. One inclusive motion for legal consultation pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8. Contract negotiations pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
Rick makes the motion, and there's a second from Laura.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Doug,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. We're now in closed session. We'll need to roll some of these chairs back into our conference room. Thank you.
got bubble gum.
Mr. Cruey, shall I? How hard? Oh, I broke one. We're not going to talk about that, okay? Okay. Is there a motion for council to come back into open session? Jan makes the motion. Is there a second? Gary makes a second. Is there any discussion on coming back into open session? There being no discussion, roll call vote. Doug?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Now, is there a motion to certify that nothing was discussed in open session other than personnel pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, legal consultation pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, contract negotiations pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6. Motion.
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second? Jan makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? By certifying yes, you are saying that nothing was discussed at all other than these three code sections. Okay, here we go. Doug?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. It is unanimous. Is there any action council wishes to take at this time? There being no action, before we ask for a motion to adjourn, I want to say thank you very much, Mr. Perkins, for being with us tonight and being such a noble citizen. Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Oh, sorry.
Rick makes the motion and
Second.
Laura seconds the
Yeah.
motion. Any discussion? Doug?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
This council meeting is adjourned. Thank you. I sent you a little text. Check it out. Earlier, whatever. Thank you, folks. Thank you, thank you.